gentlemen, let's come to order, please. Good evening. My name is Edward Finley, North Carolina Utilities Commission, and with me this evening are Commissioners William T. Culpepper III, Susan W. Raven, Tanola D. Brown Bland, and Lucy D. Allen. I now call for hearing document number P7 sub 989, which is the application of Duke Energy Carolinas LLC for an increase in revision 2 its rates and charges applicable to electric utility service in North Carolina. July 1, 2011, Duke filed an application for rate increase supporting direct testimony of several witnesses. By its application, Duke requested authority to increase its rates and charges to produce additional overall annual North Carolina retail revenues of approximately $646,057,000, an increase of approximately 15.2% over current revenue. In support of the requested increase, Duke states that it has made capital investments of $4.8 billion for plant modernization, environmental compliance, and other capital additions since its 2009 general rate increase. Other reasons Duke cites for the requested increase include lower sales volumes, increased costs for employee benefits, and its voluntary opportunity program, or employee buy-in. Duke has also requested a rider to recover $3.7 billion in costs of its abandoned coastal demonstration wind turbine project. This amount is in addition to the requested increase in base rates. The proposed rider would be in effect for 1 year in an amount of 0.007 cents per kilowatt hour. On July 28, 2011, the Commission issued its order scheduling investigation and hearing, suspending proposed rates, establishing intervention and testimony dates and discovery guidelines, and requiring public notice. An evidentiary hearing has been scheduled in Raleigh beginning on November 28, 2011. Here the witnesses of the parties, and several hearings have been scheduled at locations around the Duke service territory for the purpose of receiving testimony from public witnesses. That is the purpose of this hearing tonight. Interventions of parties have been filed and granted for Carolina Industrial Group for Fair Utility Rates 3, Carolina Utility Customers Association, Inc., the Kroger Company, the Commercial Group, the North Carolina Waste Awareness and Reduction Network, the North Carolina Justice Center, the North Carolina Housing Coalition, and the North Carolina Sustainable Energy Association. Several statements of position and local government resolutions have been received and filed in the official file of this document. This brings us up to the hearing before us tonight. In compliance with the requirements of the State Ethics Act, I remind all members of the Commission the duty to avoid conflicts of interest and inquire whether any member of the Commission has a known conflict of interest with respect to the matters coming before us this evening. There appear to be no conflicts, so we will proceed, and I now call on the parties to introduce their appearances, beginning with the applicant.
My name is William Grankmeyer, public staff representing the using and consuming public, and with me is Jay Lucas, utilities engineer, public staff.
All right, thank you. Are there any matters that we need to consider before hearing from the consumers?
Duke Energy would like to make an opening statement, if that's possible.
Very well, Ms. Smith, go right ahead.
I would like to note that we did bring with us several subject matter experts to answer any questions that the audience may have, including Barbara Yarbrough from our rates department. And at this time, I'd like to invite Tim Goss to make an opening statement on behalf of the company. He's our Director of Government and Community Relations.
Members of the Commission, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. My name is Tim Goss. I'm an employee of Duke here in Charlotte. I've been employed with Duke for 38 years. I appreciate the opportunity to briefly talk about the rate action our company is requesting, and also to hear from the many members of the public that are here tonight to share their thoughts. First, let me say that I have a passion for my company, but more importantly, a respect for our customers. Having worked with customers all over the Duke system since the early 1970s, I understand and appreciate their needs as well as the requirements facing our company today. I'm sure that this recession has impacted everyone in the room in some way, either either personally or at work or both. My company is certainly not immune to this economic times either. I believe that we're in a perfect storm. We're doing all we can to control costs, but we have to keep our commitment to our customers as well. First of all, we have an obligation to deliver a vital service to our customers. Secondly, we can't compromise the reliability that is so critical to our large business. And third, we're driven by state and federal regulations that guide so much of our operations day to day and directs how we spend our funds, particularly on environmental equipment. And in the end, we can't stop planning and investing in a power system that is so essential to the economic health of our communities. What we're asking this evening is for you to consider a rate action to pay for the investments that we've already made. Here in North Carolina, we've invested approximately $4.8 billion since the last rate increase. And today, our current electric rates are not sufficient to ensure that we continue to deliver on the commitments that I mentioned to you earlier. I mentioned that we're doing everything we can to control costs. Last year, we held our O&M, our operations and maintenance costs, essentially flat. Our power plants, including the nuclear fleet, are among the highest performing in the country. And in 2010, we had a record-breaking year for those nuclear operations. If you look at our rates, we've managed our business so well that our rates are well below the national average and the regional average. So if approved as filed, our customers will continue to see rates that are well below the national average and will be competitive in the southeast region. Right now, we're facing significant challenges as we modernize our electric system. We've come full circle on the investments that were made in our generating facilities 40 and 50 years ago. I recall how difficult it was to implement the rate changes in the 1970s and 1980s. But because we made those investments, our region has enjoyed decades of growth and prosperity. Now we are reinvesting, and we need to be reimbursed in a timely manner for today's investments. So in closing, approving this cost recovery allows Duke Energy to reinvest, to retool, and to deliver on its promises that we've made to our customers. And that is clean, affordable, reliable energy for decades to come. I appreciate very much the opportunity to speak to you tonight, and I would say that we have subject matter experts that are here to answer any individual questions as they come up, if you would like to discuss them, one-on-one outside of this meeting room. Thank you so much.
All right, Mark?
Yes. Good evening. My name is William Grantmeyer. I'm with the Public Staff, North Carolina Utilities Commission. The Public Staff is an independent state agency that represents the using and consuming public, that is the customers, in cases before the North Carolina Utilities Commission. We are participating in this proceeding on behalf of the customers. The Public Staff has a team of experienced professionals working on this case. We have a total of 26 professionals, being either accountants, engineers, attorneys, or economists. And we are examining and auditing Duke's applied for rate increase. They've applied for a substantial rate increase, $646 million per year, which is a 15.2 overall increase, but our calculation shows that it's an 18.6% increase for the typical residential bill. Now, we will be filing our testimony on October 24th, and it will be posted on the North Carolina Utilities Commission's website You could, which is ncuc.net, or you could just Google in North Carolina Utilities Commission. If you would key in for the docket number that was on the notice, E7 sub 89, you could see every document that's been filed in this proceeding, including the entire transcript from tonight's hearing and all the hearings. Now, there'll be other customer hearings, about 4 other ones around the state also. Now, the commission website is excellent. It's one of the best in the United States, and it's very user-friendly. So I would encourage you to go on that website and read anything you want to involved in this proceeding. When the case resumes in Raleigh for the evidentiary hearing on November 28th, the public staff will present expert testimony in support of our positions. Now, the public staff appreciates the interest of all the customers who have written to the commission or the public staff and those that have come to the hearing. Mr. Lucas and I will be glad to stay after the hearing and answer any questions. The purpose of this hearing is for the customers to make statements, not to get up on the witness stand and ask the company questions, the public staff questions, or the commission questions. So if you have questions, you need to save those for outside the hearing room later. Thank you. We will call you in the order you signed up. Thank you.
Let me elaborate a little bit on some of the comments that Mr. Grantmeyer made as far as the procedure that we're going to follow tonight. Now, this is a judicial proceeding. It is in the manner of a court proceeding. It is not a town meeting, so we're not here to take a vote among the people who are here, nor will the commission take any vote tonight. We're going to take sworn testimony. The witnesses will be sworn in the Bible. They will give their testimony under oath. We have the court reporter over here who is taking it all down. So it's important that we all behave ourselves and listen to what the witnesses say, in particular, so the court reporter can take it down, and the evidence will be available to the commission when it renders its decision. Witnesses are subject to cross-examination by the lawyers. As Mr. Grantmeyer said, a lot of people come to these proceedings with questions. They have questions about the procedure, they have questions about the schedule, they have questions about Duke's application and the role of the commission. We're here tonight to listen to what you say about this case. This is a case about Duke's request for an increase in rates. It's not about a certificate for a plant, and it's not about the merger that is pending before the commission in another document. We have lots of people here. We won't hear from all of you. We're glad you're here. We would ask you to be brief if you can. There's no point in everybody repeating the same thing time after time. If somebody has made the same statement that you'd like to make, you're welcome to say that you agree with that without having repeated. But be mindful of your neighbors, so they won't be able to come in and testify. We have people who are not in the room who would like to testify too. So let's be succinct to the extent that we're able to do that. At the end of this process, after we've heard from all the expert witnesses, the commission will issue its written order. It will try to resolve the disputed facts and follow the law. Some of you have some signs and that type of thing. That's perfectly all right. We just ask you to not wave those signs around. You can lift them in the back of the room, but don't lift them in front of somebody so that they can't see the proceedings. So we'll proceed now. Mr. Grantmeyer, let you call the first.
Bill Thunberg.
You put your left hand on the Bible, please, and raise your right. You solemnly swear that the testimony about to give this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Thank you very much, and thank you.
Please state your name
My name is Bill Thunberg,
and please your address, please.
175 North Main Street.
And are you a customer of Duke?
Yes, I am.
Please proceed with your statement.
Okay. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. I want to thank the commission for being here. I know you're putting in long hours trying to hear everybody with regards to this request. But I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you on Duke's request for a rate increase. I speak to you tonight from the perspective of a small business owner, a Duke customer, and as someone who has been involved in economic development in this region for almost 20 years. As you know, as a regulated utility, Duke has to balance the interests of its customers, residential and commercial, its investors, and the public as it seeks to provide reliable and affordable energy in an environmentally conscious manner and to make a profit now and in the future. Providing reliable and affordable energy is something that Duke has a history of doing and doing well. It requires planning and a significant and ever more costly investment to maintain the existing infrastructure, as well as to invest in the additional capacity to meet the growing demand for energy in our region. I support Duke's request for a rate increase required to meet the financial demands of modernization and investment in capacity. And in conclusion, I want to point out that Duke's effectiveness at providing energy reliably and affordably has been a major contributor to job creation and capital investment in our region. And that's my testimony.
Hold on, members of the board. Are there questions of this witness? Questions? All right, thank you, Rick.
Wait a minute.
Just a minute, Mr. Foster, what was your address again in terms of what city?
Mooresville, North Carolina.
Mooresville? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Foster.
Josh, Chris?
Tell us whether the testimony about the evidence proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Please state your name and your address, please.
Josh Crisp, 525 Homeburg Road,
Which town?
Dallas, North Carolina.
And are you a Duke customer?
Not directly, sir.
Okay. Please proceed with your statement.
Good evening, committee. My name is Josh Crisp. I'm here on behalf of Gaston College, and I'm here to speak to the corporate citizenship that Duke Energy has provided for the region, is specifically its support that is provided to Gaston County. I am the director of the Regional Emergency Services Training Center on the campus of Gaston College. Our primary focus there is to train emergency services staff throughout the region. One of our primary training objectives is to provide training to the nuclear facilities at Duke Energy. That includes their fire brigades and some of their safety personnel as well. Our center has been in business since 1991, and Duke played a very integral role in the design of that facility, providing expert design for engineers, architects, etc. The design of that facility is unique in the fact that it does allow and it does mimic the floor plan of many nuclear facilities, so it allows us to be very specialized in the fact that when we train those brigades, we train them in the most lifelike environment that is possible. Through the years, they have continued to support our program there through providing equipment, support, not only to Gaston College in specific, but as the emergency services community in a whole. They have supported schools and lectures that have improved the training of emergency services around the region. Along with their commitment, we have become recognized worldwide. We recently had a delegation representing the Japan Research Institute visit our facility and inquire about our training methods in hopes that they can, one, train there, and two, replicate what we've done in Japan. So Duke has been very integral in that as well, and because of that, again, we are recognized worldwide. In addition to that, they have provided many donations. One to speak of at the training facility grounds itself is a classroom and storage facility building, which Duke Energy built and donated to Gaston College. Also, one program that's very that bears note is the nuclear technology program that Gaston College will begin in the very near future. That has been a 3-year process working directly with Duke Energy. This program will allow local citizens to obtain a certification as a non-licensed operator that would qualify them at some point to possibly work for Duke Energy or a comparable company. Duke, along with that, has provided the lesson plans and purchased those for the college, and has spent 1,000+ hours in man-hours supporting the cause and the efforts that it takes to get those programs up and running through the community college system. They have, in addition to that, allowed and agreed through a memorandum of understanding to host internships for students in that program at their facilities. As has been mentioned, that is a very highly regulated field, so those internships require a lot of checks, balances, and regulation, and Duke's agreed to work with our students to make sure that happens, to make sure they receive their certification. And again, once they finish that certification, they'll be eligible for employment in those energy fields. Thank you.
Any other questions, Mr. Chris?
Yeah.
No, sir. Mr. Hall. Thank you, Mr. Chris.
Thank you.
Sally Cottrell.
Put your left hand on the Bible, and raise your right hand, please. Solemnly swear that the testimony about giving this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please state your name
Sally Nile,
and can you spell your last name, please? For the court reporter.
K-N-E-I-D-E-L.
Okay. And please state your address.
424 Burtonley Avenue in Charlotte.
Okay. And are you a Duke customer?
Yes, I am.
Please proceed with your statement.
First of all, I just want to say I appreciate the opportunity to speak, and I will be brief. One page, big font. I'm a biologist, a PhD, and author of 11 books on science topics. I'm going to comment tonight on the global effect of adding more coal plants and on the risk to investors, which is being passed on to ratepayers. First of all, I personally would not mind paying any rate hike at all if the money were going toward developing clean and renewable energy or energy efficiency. I do object, however, to any rate hike that goes toward building new coal plants, nuclear plants, or natural gas plants. As a biologist, I care deeply about all life on the planet, human life and wildlife. We are at an unprecedented turning point on the planet for people and for wild things. Coal is one of the biggest contributors to greenhouse gases. If our generation doesn't act right now, much of the biospheres we know it will be destroyed by the effect of climate change. More than 80% of biologists in the world believe that we will experience mass extinctions of wildlife this century. So our descendants, that is our grandchildren, will live on a planet with one-fourth of the wildlife species that we knew as children. As far as human life, you're all aware, I'm sure, of how climate change will affect agriculture worldwide, creating floods and droughts that will cause widespread famine. Close to half of all humans live near coastlines that will be permanently flooded. This climate emergency means that we need to adopt drastic energy efficiency programs and safe renewable energy sources. But instead, Duke is building more fossil fuel and nuclear plants at huge risk and expense. Why? I don't know why. It doesn't make sense for the planet or financially. Investors know it too, which is why we're being asked to pay more. Investors don't like risk. They must be lured by a higher rate of return to invest in such risky energies. Financial risks to investors in coal and nuclear include probable EPA regulations regarding mercury, coal ash waste, air toxins, a possible carbon tax, cost of scrubbers, and Fukushima-related nuclear regulations. So investors should be worried that Duke's nuclear power plants will face expensive regulations to make them less dangerous. It's not fair to make consumers pay more so Duke can use our money to attract investors to these dangerous energy sources. Energy efficiency is by far the cheapest energy source. Wind and solar are both plummeting in price, while the costs of coal and nuclear plants and fuels keep going up. Once wind and solar resources are built, they have no fuel costs at all. Most importantly, energy efficiency and renewable energy would preserve the climate and water on which all species including the human species, depend.
Thank you, Ms. Knight. Are there questions? One more time, not to clap. This is a judicial proceeding. We're going to be here a long time if you do that. I know you support what Ms. Neidl says, and we appreciate that, but we want all of you to be able to testify. And the less audience participation we have, the more we can hear from you. Mr. Brandmeier.
The paper writing that you had, is that what you read, or does it have additional information on it?
What?
She
What
read
I passed
it
out?
verbatim.
It's just a copy that I
Okay.
printed.
Let me just explain. If you have a handout that's different from what you testified to, we will introduce it into evidence if that's what you want. But if it's just exactly what you're reading, it's already in the record, and therefore we will not ask to put it in the record. Thank you, Mr. Knight.
Thank you.
Ken Neidl, please.
Promise you the testimony about the evidence proceeding for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and address.
Ken Neidl, we comes there.
Okay. And you are a new customer also. Please make your statement.
All right, my name is Ken Neidl. I have a PhD in ecology. I'm a board member of the Mecklenburg Audubon Society and a stewardship advisory committee member here in Rutherford County. I've been studying environmental issues professionally all my life. My biggest concern about energy use is the fact that I feel very strongly as a scientist that we're going to run out of oil within 50 years. And I'm speaking for from the U.S. Geological Survey, the American Geophysical Union, as a scientist, not as a Republican, not as a Democrat or a corporate board member. And I see this as an unalterable fact that we have to deal with now. So I'm looking here to look for leadership, either from Duke Energy or from the Commission, to take North Carolina and this country in a direction where we can deal with this issue. The problem I'm having is I'm just not seeing that leadership from Duke Energy right now. What I'm seeing them is more same old, more coal, more natural gas, and more nuclear energy. The problem I have with nuclear energy is because the cost that it takes to build the plants. It seems as Duke can't even get funding from banks they've rejected their request for loans because there's too much risk associated with nuclear. The problem I have with coal, aside from all the environmental issues that many will talk about, is that when we run out of oil, how are you going to get the coal to the plants? I really see in just a few decades, these coal plants are going to be sitting begging for fuel that can't be delivered because we won't have diesel to put in the trains to haul the coal from the mines to the plants. As an alternative, wind will come to the turbine and sun will come to the solar plant, the solar panel. So I feel like strongly that's the direction we should go. In my home 4 years ago, I switched to fluorescent lighting and saw my energy bill drop 35%. And with the new Energy Star furnace installed last year, saw it drop another 14%. I also voluntarily contribute $28 a month to green energy. So I'm willing to pay more, as my wife talked about just a minute ago. But what other do customers like me get for doing our part to conserve less energy? Higher rates from Duke so they can cover their lost revenue from our drop in consumption. I feel like anyone looking this sensibly sees this just doesn't make sense. Duke Energy was able to earn a record $1.3 billion profit last year. This rate hike will also help their business prosper, but it's a horrible deal for the consumer and for the environment. This is not the kind of leadership we need. I appeal to you, the Commission, to deny this rate hike and do whatever you can to help apply pressure on our energy providers to take us in a direction towards funding green alternatives. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Knight. Are there questions of Mr. Knight? Thank you for coming tonight. We appreciate it.
Tommy George.
You solemnly swear that the testimony about to give the proceeding for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Please state your name and address.
Tommy George, 3222 Idlewood Circle, Charlotte.
And are you a Duke customer?
I am.
Please proceed with your statement.
Commissioners and fellow concerned citizens, I stand in front of you today as a concerned citizen of this great state and a person who's perplexed by the fact that Duke Energy could even be seeking a rate increase at this time. All around us, people are barely struggling to make ends meet, while an article in the Charlotte Observer from March 23rd stated that Duke Energy CEO Jim Rogers' compensation was up 25% from the previous year to $6.9 million. While I speak here, he's making $50 in less than 2 minutes. $398,000 was paid to him for personal company aircraft use. And how about this? He was compensated $18,500 for expenses incurred while negotiating that contract. It's all from the Observer article. CFO Lynn Good, $2.5 million. Chief Legal Officer Mark Manley, $2.5 million. Keith Trent, $2.2 million. They're asking for a rider to cover the $3.7 million cost associated with their abandoned wind farm. I'm a small business owner here in Charlotte. I've made bad decisions, bad equipment decisions. When I make a bad equipment decision, I don't automatically raise my cost to my customers to cover that cost. It's just not good business sense. You know, what I do is I don't take a paycheck myself, or even worse, I have to lay people off. Especially if I'm profitable, do I not do that? With no incentives in place to seek alternative sources of clean energy, Duke wants us as consumers to do two things. First, use more energy to increase their profits for their shareholders, and second, constantly seek rate increases to fatten the bottom line. Where's the morality there? Why are we not encouraged to conserve energy and use less energy? Because they're a for-profit company trying to sell as much of their product as possible, and therefore I can only come to the conclusion that it's your responsibility to deny any increases at this time when poverty, homelessness, unemployment, and general unrest are at an all-time high in this country. We, as concerned citizens, can do our part by unplugging appliances that aren't being used, ride bicycles on short trips, take public transportation, and most importantly, take personal responsibility for our own energy consumption. In this state, we have no alternative from whom we get our energy. So we depend on you, commissioners, to regulate our costs and keep the behemoth, some might say monopoly, of Duke Energy under control. Please, we cannot afford another rate increase at this time. As an individual, as a family, as a community, and as a state, as we suffer, I ask you to show some compassion and deny this request.
Thank you, Mr. North. I see if there are questions out here before you sit down. Any questions? All right, thank you for coming, Mr. North.
Steve English.
You solemnly swear that the testimony about to give proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, sir.
I do.
Please state your name and address.
Steve English, 4401 Eagle Lake Drive, Charlotte, North Carolina.
And are you a customer of Duke?
Yes.
Please proceed with your statements.
I moved to this amazing university 6 years ago from San Francisco, California, to learn to practice as a chiropractic physician. One of the reasons I left was to get away from the really dirty air in the San Francisco basin. Oops. Charlotte, fact, has the dirtiest, smoggiest, most polluted air in the United States east of the Mississippi. The fifth dirtiest air in the country for asthma subjects. Fact number 2, the Catawba River system is the single most endangered river system in the entire country. Fact number 3, asthma rates have doubled in this country since 1980, along with rates of birth defects, certain types of cancers, and other diseases. Fact number 4, toxic levels of mercury and other heavy metals and other pollutants have polluted our rivers, our streams, our lakes to such an extent that it's not safe to eat a fish that you might catch in Lake Norman or the Catawba River. Would it be wise to do so in the first place? All the above are scientifically linked to the burning of coal. And Duke Energy wants to add more coal-burning power plants and add a couple of nuclear power plants. Another fact, no nuclear power plant has ever been economically viable, never been profitable, always had to be subsidized to a great extent, in addition to the problem with nuclear waste and other problems. Let's talk about the bigger picture for just a minute. Currently, 0.7% of Duke Energy's power comes from safe, sustainable, renewable sources. 0.7%. Their goal? To be up to a whopping 3% by 2030. Let me repeat that. 0.7% right now, up to 3% by 2030. Let's compare that to another picture. The European Union, a rising economic power bigger than the United States, has a workable, functional model that is on track to reach 30% of their power to be from sustainable, renewable sources by 2020. 10 times as much 10 years earlier. It's unconscionable. One of the earlier speakers talked about conscious, evolutionary, sustainable, intelligent production of power. And it's ridiculous. I'm a physician, and one of my 4 sons has asthma. A lot of my patients have asthma, and I've seen a great increase in asthma in the last 26 years that I've been practicing here. Asthma is clearly linked to the pollution, much of which comes from coal-powered plants. I'm also a biologist and a business owner. As a business owner, so I'm being asked to increase 17.4% my home energy bill, 14% my business bill, and I've got a lot of patients that are unemployed or underemployed that ask me on a monthly basis, sometimes a weekly basis, if they can borrow a few bucks so they can pay their light bill. That certainly is going to become a much bigger problem, and it's not necessary when we look at the reasons for it are to insure Jim Rogers $6.9 million pay and paying for more dirty energy. It just doesn't make sense. And that's all.
Questions, Ms. King? Dr. English? Dr. English, thank you for coming. Appreciate your time tonight.
Miguel Fernandez.
Ms. Hernandez, can you understand me? You solemnly swear that you solemnly swear that the testimony about to give this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. You're going to give your statement in Spanish. All right, and the lady's going to translate for you. All right?
I'd like to say for the record, I am not by any means an official translator. I've never studied Spanish in school. So this is just simply to get the sentiment across, and she'll submit her Spanish testimony to be heard, and you can translate that.
We'll do that, and do the best you can. And we'll wait for you.
Please proceed. State your name and which city you live in.
Mayela Hernandez, and 6622 South Point Walk, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Charlotte. And are you a Duke customer?
Yes.
Please proceed with your statement.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Mayela Hernández y soy voluntaria de Ashland, North Carolina. Estoy aquí porque no estoy de acuerdo con la propuesta del incremento del 17% con la energía eléctrica.
Hello, my name is Mayera Hernandez. I'm a volunteer with Action North Carolina, and I'm here because I do not agree with the proposed 17% rate hike for our electric bills.
Porque esto no solo me afecta a mí, sino también a mi bolsillo y a mi familia.
Because this does not only affect me and my wallet, nor does it only affect my family.
Nos vamos a ver en la necesidad de reducir más el uso de la calefacción y otras cosas eléctricas.
We're going to see people forced to reduce their electricity use and other things that use electricity.
Esta situación les va a afectar a mis hijos y no puedo dejar de cocinar o de planchar o de lavarles la ropa.
This is going to affect my children because they can't stop cooking or ironing or or drying their clothes and using other things that use electricity.
Si hasta hoy tengo un bill un poco caro, este incremento del 17% más me voy a ver afectada y creo que hoy viene el frío y va a ser un poquito más alto mi bill.
Today I've had expensive bills, and this increase of 17% is going to affect me more. And when it gets cold, I can't stop using my heater.
Porque mis hijos les afectaría, se podrían enfermar y tendría que hacer un gasto más en cosas médicas.
Because my son is sick, and the impact, and so I can't stop using the heater when it's cold. It's kind of the sentiment here. And my bills are high because my son is sick, and this is only going to continue to get worse.
¿Y qué es lo que piensan ustedes que deberíamos de dejar de hacer nuestras cosas cotidianas, como cocinar, planchar, lavar o dejar de prender la calefacción?
So I want to ask, what do you all think? Do you think we can stop using electricity? That we can stop ironing and cooking and drying our clothing? Using our heaters and our air conditioners? And other things that use electricity?
Eso no lo puedo hacer porque de un día para otro me afectan y es una cosa que tengo que hacer diariamente.
This is not something that we can do, and this affects me. This affects people like me.
Yo soy una ama de casa con bajos recursos y no puedo darme el lujo de pagar más de lo que no tengo.
This affects me as a mother of a house, and I can't keep affording to pay this with electricity bills keep going up. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hernandez. What we're going to do, we've taken the translation of Ms. Hernandez's statement down here. Give the court reporter a written statement, we'll take it back to Raleigh, and someone there will translate it, and we will copy the translated version of the testimony into the record to make sure we have everything we want to say. I don't know if anybody here can ask for questions in Spanish or not. We appreciate you coming tonight.
Rogelio Reeves.
Rogelio Reyes.
You solemnly swear that the testimony about to give the proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. He's going to give his statement in Spanish.
Please state your name and address.
Rogelio Reyes, 4947 Central Avenue,
Is that Charlotte?
Charlotte.
And are you a new customer? Please proceed with your statement.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Rogelio Reyes, soy miembro de HRC. Estoy aquí porque no estoy de acuerdo con el incremento del 17% al precio de la luz. Este es un promedio de $19 mensuales de incremento a mi vida. Lo que está pidiendo Duke Energy no es justo. Nos quitará los escasos recursos que tenemos para vivir nuestras vidas cotidianas.
Good afternoon. My name is Rogelio Reyes, and I am a member of Action North Carolina. I'm here because I oppose the 17% rate hike for electric bills. This is an average of $19 increase in electric bills every month. What Duke Energy is asking is not right, and will remove the few resources we have to live our daily lives.
Si la Comisión de Servicios de Carolina del Norte aprueba el aumento que Duke Energy está pidiendo, tendríamos que desembolsar un dinero que no tenemos. En nuestros trabajos no nos van a dar un aumento solo para subsidiar los aumentos en nuestras tarifas de energía.
If the North Carolina Utilities Commission approves Duke Energy's requested rate increase, we will have to give out much more money that we do not have. Our jobs are not going to give us raises to fund increases in our electric rates. And with the same money we have to pay to cover more of our lights.
Ganaríamos el mismo dinero y tendríamos que pagar más al incremento al costo de la luz. Ya hay padres de familia que les tienen que decidir cada mes si pagar la renta o el bill de la luz. Imagínense cuánto más difícil sería si tienen que pagar más.
Many parents have to decide every month if they pay the rent or their electric bill. Imagine how much more difficult it will be if they have to pay more.
El incremento del 17% nos afecta a todos en general. En este tiempo de recesión, este aumento va a afectar todavía más a nuestras vidas diarias.
The 17% increase would affect all of us. In this time of recession, this increase will affect our daily lives even more.
Hay muchos que están sin trabajo y necesitan ayuda en lugar de incrementos.
There are many people who are unemployed and need help rather than an electric bill increase.
Se les será más difícil pagar sus cuentas y quizás se atrasen más en sus otros biles.
This will make it difficult to pay their bills, and many will fall behind on other bills even more.
Posiblemente más gente pierda sus trabajos con estos aumentos en las tarifas de la luz. Hay la posibilidad que negocios locales no contraten más buscando ahorrar dinero.
Perhaps more people will lose their jobs with this increase in electricity rates. There is the possibility that local businesses will not hire more, looking to save money.
Como negociantes de pequeños negocios, este aumento les afectará dos veces. Una, al pagar el bill de su casa, y la otra, al pagar el bill de su negocio o trabajo.
For small businesses, this increase would affect them twice. Once to pay the residential increase at home, and another to pay for the electricity increase at their business.
En sus casas, estos negociantes pagarán por el incremento del 17% más, y en el negocio pagarán por otro tanto el aumento del 15%. Si sumamos esto, tendríamos que pagar un incremento del 32%.
At home, these business owners would pay an additional 17%, and in their stores and businesses, more than that, they will pay an increase of 15%. If we add this together, they will have to pay about a 32% increase.
Esto afectaría el costo de los productos y servicios básicos. Como dueños de negocio, no quieren perder sus inversiones, quizás subirían los precios 1 centavo por aquí, 2 centavos por allá, hasta recuperar sus gastos.
This will affect the cost of all basic goods and services at a time when business owners do not want to lose their investments. Perhaps prices will be raised 1 cent here and 2 cents here to recover the costs.
En esta manera, este aumento en nuestras facturas nos afectará no solo a nivel personal, pero a nivel social.
As it is now, this increase in our bills will not only affect us on the personal level, but at all levels of society.
Nosotros en la comunidad necesitamos más apoyo en dar de comer a nuestras familias. No necesitamos que nos quite más los escasos recursos que tenemos.
Many need more community support to feed their families. We do not need to remove the few resources that we have.
Nuestros hijos se merecen vidas seguras, no necesitan estar nerviosos y preocupados pensando si papá o mamá pueden pagar la cuenta de la luz.
Our children deserve safe lives, not to be worried and wondering if mommy and daddy can pay the bills.
Necesitamos que el gobierno de Carolina del Norte diga no a Duke y diga sí a la comunidad a quien representa.
We need the government of North Carolina to say no to Duke Energy and yes to the community that they represent.
Piensen que detrás de este 17% viene algo más grande.
Think about how this 17% is going to get bigger.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. We will take your translated statement and go report, and you have your list there, and translate that in line.
And you have questions?
No, I'll give us a report. Ed Artisan.
Raise the right. You solemnly swear that the testimony about to give this proceeding.
Please state your name and address.
Sure. Deb Arneson, 360 Webb Road, Wadesboro, North Carolina, 28170.
And are you a customer of Duke Energy?
Indirectly, I am. I'm
Okay.
PD Electric, and we buy from Duke.
Okay. Please proceed with your statement.
Thank you. Dear Commissioner, public and press, please do not raise rates to allow Duke to charge more for dirty energy that poisons my family. We live 50 miles east of Charlotte, where the coal-fired code orange winds blow out of the west to bring us bad air days. I had this confirmed last year by a gentleman from the North Carolina Department of Energy and Natural Resources on a local call-in radio show. He also said that even if children do not develop asthma, they are affected by air pollution and will never have full lung capacity. In my family, my husband is missing a lung from cancer and he struggles to breathe when the ozone levels are high. Even more heartbreaking is that 2 of my precious grandchildren have asthma, especially the baby. His name is Isaac, and my son-in-law nicknamed him I-Sick. Just this September, the 14-year-old David, who already had allergies, was diagnosed with asthma. He is sleepy at school for meds, and he now gasps for air when he tries to play soccer. I just picked him up last weekend. This is criminal, and I refuse to pay for more of the same. As a Duke shareholder, I am distressed they maintain only 2 major divisions, fossil fuels and nuclear, as they keep trying to sell us on the idea that, and I quote, "We have to pay more for increasingly scarce fuels." That's a quote from Jim Rogers, the CEO, his recent address to the Southern Governors Conference. Obviously, Duke has no intentions of converting to abundant solar, wind, or geothermal energy generation. I guess they're trying to make Charlotte the dirty energy hub. Ironically, this fits into the Occupy Wall Street protests. It's about unfeeling monopoly corporations like Duke Energy running roughshod over people, the environment, and democratic process to enrich a few at the expense of the many. Check out the websites like democracyisforpeople.org and thecorporation.com. Worst of all, it's unnecessary. I wrote a letter to the editor of the Charlotte Observer. It was published on September 30th, and it contains the solution. We need rapid clean energy shift. Duke Energy is too slow. My response to Duke Energy's professed attempts at going green, piddly, and too costly on all levels. Duke Energy is trying to sell us the old mainframe centralized computer model, while the rest of the world moves to personal laptops. In Germany, power companies are performing Google-type smart grid services for distributed rooftop solar entrepreneurs. Everyone profits in months, not years. This rapid clean energy shift is detailed in a new book by Jeremy Rifkin, The Third Industrial Revolution. Piddly is not acceptable anymore. And that was on the Diane Rehm Show on September the 27th, 2011. You can look it up, Jeremy Rifkin, The Third Industrial Revolution. Please do not make us pay increased rates plus hidden health costs for more dirty energy generation. I would gladly pay more to make a rapid transition to renewable energy smart grid future. It's a matter of life and breath. Thank you. I am going to submit the paper because I have a website on here that I'd like you to have in your records.
We would ask that it be identified as Aaron Arneson, Exhibit 1.
We will have the website citation, that's so identified. Thank you, Ms. Arnoldson, good to see you again.
Thank you.
Folks, and lawyers and commissioners, if you have a question, just raise your hand. I don't think we're going to have too many questions, so we'll just expedite as best we can.
Nancy Allison.
How many witnesses do we have here?
Just me, talking.
Okay. What's your name?
These are my peeps. They are, yes. I'm Nancy Ellett, E-L-L-E-T-T, Allison. I'm the pastor of Holy Covenant United Church of Christ here in Charlotte. I live at 6626 Rocky Falls Road in Charlotte, and I am a Duke Energy customer.
Please proceed with your statement.
Thank you. The book of James in the New Testament scriptures challenges those who consider themselves people of faith to be doers of the word and not hearers only. Several from my congregation join me in calling the North Carolina Utilities Commission to be faithful in doing justice for the poor and most economically disenfranchised of North Carolina, for doing justice for our God-given planet by protecting the environment with renewable energy sources. James admonishes us in the specifics of caring for others, saying, if a brother or sister is naked and lacks daily food, and one of you says to them, go in peace, be warm and filled, and yet you do not supply their bodily needs, what is the good of that? So faith by itself, if it has no works, is dead. Staying warm and dry and well-fed is already hard work for many in our state. If Duke is allowed to increase their residential rate by 17%, the commercial industrial rates by 14%, those costs will make it even more difficult for our brothers and sisters to stay warm and fed. Every business will pass along their increases in rising costs, and every consumer will suffer from the rate increase, which might as well be an energy tax increase at a time when our national economy is struggling. From Wall Street to trade and Tryon, banks are experiencing an incredible pushback from the American public about increasing rates and consequently enhanced profits for corporations. The financial greed of corporate America feels like economic piracy, with institutions directing the course of government policy rather than policymakers policing the pirates. In this perfect storm, we the people need your protection. We need your leadership to steer Duke Energy toward renewable energy resources and away from coal and the pollution it creates. At this time of astounding profitability for Duke Energy, with a 23% increase from 2009 to 2010, and when the CEO is rewarded with a salary increase, it would seem that Duke Energy is already well positioned for continuing to show a profitable return on all of their investments. Please improve the policies, protect the poor, and the bodily needs of the last, the least, and the ones. Deny the rate hike. And may you go in peace.
You as well, Ms. Allison, we wish you, and let the record reflect that she has 6 of her keys with her.
Watson.
Thomas, with the testimony about you, the proceedings with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Please state your name and address.
Matt Wasson, 191 Howard Street, Boone, North Carolina.
And are you a Duke customer?
I am a Remco customer, but as I'll explain in just a minute, I'm giving official testimony on behalf of Appalachian Voices, and we have several hundred Duke customers as well as business customers.
Please proceed with your statement.
As I said, I am delivering the official testimony for Appalachian Voices, and on behalf of our members, almost 1,000 in North Carolina, including our business members. It's kind of hard to believe it's been 5 years since we were down there in Forest City giving testimony to this commission around the Cliffside plan. And while I'm confident the commission remembers the content of our comments we made at the time, let me remind you of the main points that we made. In addition to the fact that the assumptions about future energy demand that Duke was using were unsupportable, we also warned that they were using exceedingly low projections of what the costs of coal were likely to be. we were concerned that they were using exceedingly rosy assumptions about what the cost of transporting coal from various regions of the country were likely to be. And we were concerned that the models that were used to justify the need for the Cliffside plant did not look at the costs of increasing coal or increasing coal costs and construction costs independent of increasing natural gas costs. And essentially, it was assumed to be that they would be coupled. And we were concerned about that. So as you might imagine, in reading Mr. Carter's testimony from this docket, I was initially concerned that we'd been plagiarized because it was shocking exactly how much those predictions did come true. And my point in bringing that up is not to say I told you so, or at least not entirely to say I told you so, but to say that the reasons behind this and recent and future cost increases were entirely predictable. Entirely, much of the testimony we cited dozens of sources to back all of that up. And so my purpose in speaking here tonight is to say that while Duke, as reading through the financial statements, has clearly done well by its ratepayers over the last 5 years, it's done an execrable job for its shareholders, it's done a terrible job for its ratepayers. And I think this entire proceeding needs to be looked at through that lens. Here's some basic facts. Duke pays a higher cost for coal of any major coal burning utility in the country in terms of its delivered cost. And those costs are continuing to escalate, as Mr. Carter's testimony made clear. And so we're not just looking at this one 17%, 18% rate increase. This needs to be looked at next year's fuel cost adjustment, which will be higher. It's going, the trajectory is going to be higher and higher and higher as a result of the decisions, the poor decisions that Duke has made on behalf of its ratepayers. Another fact to go with some of the positive things we heard about Duke is it was impressive to look through its financial statements and see the $130 million figure for the federal taxes and the $25 million figure for state taxes. Of course, those numbers were in parentheses. Those were negative numbers. So it is certainly not contributing much to the welfare of our state or our country either. My overall point is that Duke simply does not deserve anything close to the rate of recovery, the rate of return that it is requesting. And I'd like to finish with one final fact, which is that looking up today, the price to book ratio for Duke was 1.2. What that means empirically is that their rate of return is perfectly adequate, if not already somewhat high. There is any complaint that they are not earning a sufficient rate of return is simply blown. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. Appreciate you coming.
I have just one brief question. Can you briefly explain what the group Appalachian Voices is?
Certainly. We are based in Boone, North Carolina, with offices in Charlottesville and Washington, D.C. We're a regional group that focuses on the greatest environmental threats to the central and southern Appalachian region.
Thank you. Jean Reed. If I call a name and they're not in the room, if they come in later, we'll call them again.
Can you repeat that name? Yeah.
Repeat that name.
No, let's go to the next one. If you go get her, we'll bring next.
What was her name? What was that?
Jean Reed, Elizabeth Kincaid. Maylaw. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
Are others still waiting
Okay.
out there to get in? Are others still waiting out there to get in? Okay.
It is.
Please state your name and address.
My name is Elizabeth Kincaid. I'm in Charlotte, 49 on this side, 28217.
Is that your Charlotte?
Yes, it is.
And are you a Duke customer?
Yes, I am.
Please proceed with your statement.
I'm a Duke customer, and I'm also a worker within the Human Service Field. I've been a worker within the Human Service Field for more than 40 years. I've heard stories that you wouldn't believe, that are in testimony to the fact that people in Charlotte are suffering now from the recent increases that Duke has asked for and received. They will suffer more if this other is granted, and I'm afraid it might be, because that just seems to be the way things go. I have seen people that we have taken bans to, senior citizens that we've taken bans to, who are afraid to use the bans because they're afraid of their power bill. They sit in the burning heat in the summer, and they sit wrapped in blankets in the winter because they're afraid they're not being able to pay their power bill. I've seen children stay in the streets at night because that's the only light in their neighborhood where they can do their homework. There are no lights in the house because the parents had to choose between paying for other things that they needed in school and trying to meet that power bill. When you call the power to tell them that these things are happening and ask them their response is, there are charities that we can send you to. So as a result, you walk in the burning heat, in the deep cold, and see people standing in lines around the block, around the buildings, waiting for help to pay those power bills. People cannot afford this. I don't believe that the Commission is aware of plights of the people who have to pay these increases. They hurt people who are hurting in so many other places. And then to have to spend an evening looking at stuff like this and then read about Duke Power's profits for their shareholders and for themselves. To look out and see the brand new edifice that they built while people who have to do business with Duke Power are pushed in a little cubby hole, which is dangerous, hot, children run all over it, and it was robbed recently. Duke Power knows that people like this exist. The Public Service Commission knows that people like this exist. I have no idea how the Public Service Commission thinks it is living up to its obligations to the people and to their mandates, which is to look out, basically to look out for the interest of the people, because Duke Power is a monopoly. Duke Power extorts, and the Public Service Commission allows Duke Power to extort, more so than the mafia or gangsters. They extort from the poor. And I am here to say this because I stay awake at night, because I hate the unfairness in all this. I hate the notion that perhaps they really don't know that people like this exist. And there are many, many, many of them. And I think that the Commission should take a ride in the neighborhoods that are struggling to pay these rate increases from Duke Power. There are people who've been evicted from their apartments because they cannot live in those apartments unless their rent is paid. Unless their power bill is paid. They cannot afford to pay those power bills because they're too high. They have to either get this either-or situation with them. And they try to squeeze rates out. And Duke Power punishes them terribly. And these people have been evicted from their apartment, cannot get another apartment because they have to pay Duke Power before they can get another apartment. These are situations that are prevalent, not only in Charlotte, but in several of the surrounding areas which have it even worse. I have heard them say over and over again, well, Duke rates are not as high as in some of the other places.
neither are North Carolina salaries higher, that's higher in some of our cases. And that is a terrible thing to say, especially when somebody is struggling on $8.25 an hour to feed 5 or 6 children. I just think you should know this, and I thank you for listening.
Questions, Ms. Kincaid? Good to hear from you again, Ms. Kincaid. Good to hear from you again.
Oh, yes, I wrote to you, and I got my ribbon. Thank you.
Kayla Martinez.
Thank you.
Heidi Martinez.
You solemnly swear that the testimony about this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Please state your name
My name is Kira Martinez.
and please proceed with your statement. Please say what you want to say.
Hi, my name is Kayla. I'm 8 years old, and I go to Greenpeace. I'm writing to you because I'm afraid that everyone will get poor because of the energy rates of money out. People need to find shelter, food, water, and clothes. Without those needs, people will die. Think of your family dying. It means the same to all the others when they're having to struggle with this. They also, some of the other people don't know, they just want money to make another coal plant. A coal factory in Cliffside. Just imagine what this city would look like, all covered with dark and black clear. And think about what coal is gonna, imagine what coal is gonna do next to make a big move, to make it more dirtier and no more option. No people living there. That's what I see. What I see is everything black and nobody on earth. And that's what I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez.
Reverend Yvonne McJetters.
Solemnly swear that the testimony about to give this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Please state your name and address.
Yvonne McJetters, 7306 Lakeside Drive, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28216.
And are you a customer of Duke?
Yes, I am.
Please proceed with your statement.
Yes. Good follow-up behind that. But I'm here today as a member of the community. I'm here today because I listen to stories like Mr. Reyes and Ms. Hernandez. I hear their stories over and over again because I am a local minister. Their stories are hundreds of times over told to me, and I see the hurt in their eyes when they tell their stories of their situations. At this time, our community is reeling from bank bailouts, a crippling economy, long-term unemployment, home foreclosures, lack of health care benefits, high gas prices, school closings, library cutbacks, college students' tuition and fee increases, seniors on fixed incomes, and children moving back with their parents because they can't afford to live on their own.
As if that isn't enough, now I hear Duke Energy wants more of our money after profit increase over 23%. That's this year. What are they going to want next year? Here's an idea: clean energy for our communities. It says Duke Energy is asking North Carolina residents and businesses to accept a significant increase in their monthly electric bills and an increase in almost every aspect of their monthly budgets if they have a job, if they're lucky to have money or a spouse, because I know a lot of single parents as well. These rate increases will impact nearly every aspect of our lives, from the cost of food at the grocery store, to the clothes that we purchase, the gas that we buy, to the health care services that we all must have. Instead of a cost increase to support old polluting technologies, we need to focus on cost savings from inexpensive and job-creating energy efficiencies that could save families money if they have any. Led to cleaner air and water and promote a green energy economy in North Carolina. In these difficult times, economic times, increasing our power bills will stretch many customers to the breaking point, like Mr. Reyes and Ms. Hernandez. The breaking point caused struggling businesses and additional hardships, and cost North Carolina businesses and jobs. We're talking about increasing jobs, yet we want to increase people's bills when they're already at a breaking point. If you really want to do something to help this community, take the money that you use to buy political power and give that to stakeholders instead of asking poor people like us for more money.
Roland Washington. Jeff Edge. Please state your name and address.
My name is Jeff Edge, E-D-G-E. I live at 8642 Common Oak Lane in Huntersville, North Carolina.
And are you a customer of Duke Power?
Indirectly through Energy United.
Okay, please proceed with your statement.
Thank you. I work for the Charlotte Chamber of Commerce. I head up the economic development team of the Charlotte Chamber. We're charged with recruiting companies to the Charlotte area and have worked for many years with Duke Energy in those efforts. When companies are deciding where to locate or expand, one of the first things they look at is the electricity that's available in the community. They look at both the price of that power as well as reliability of that power. Increasingly, they're also looking at how the company is producing that, whether they're safeguarding the environment and doing things to proceed in a more safeguarding way. Duke has an incredible reputation with customers that we speak with regard to their stability of providing electricity at competitive prices as well as a reliable delivery. Recent announcements in the Charlotte metro area of companies like Google, Facebook, and Apple were driven primarily by the power availability through Duke Energy in the Charlotte region. Those decisions represent hundreds of millions of dollars of capital investment, so it's something those companies don't take lightly when they put that money in a community. If you look at Duke, they have a proven track record as a strong business and community leader for over a century. They're a driving force behind the establishment of Charlotte being the new energy capital in the United States, which so far that effort has brought more than 5,000 new energy sector jobs to Charlotte over the past several years. We all know it's been a slow recovery from the recession. We're all suffering, both business and individuals, and it's tough to absorb a cost increase of any kind. But we also know the cost of electricity is getting harder for Duke to produce at the current rate schedule they're at. And they have a number of things they're having to do to upgrade their system and deal with federal environmental regulations that are more stringent for their industry. It's these investments that they have to make in upgrading their system that will provide businesses across our region long-term reliable electricity at competitive prices and will continue to bring new jobs to the Charlotte area and North Carolina in general. If this rate increase is improved, our state's rates would still continue to be much lower than the competition that we're going up against in trying to recruit jobs and investment to our community. And we think that we will continue to be very competitive going forward. I would encourage you to grant Duke Energy's rate increase to help them remain competitive and continue to provide the high-quality service they deliver to their customers.
Thank you, Mr. Hedge.
I have a question.
We don't have questions from the audience, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Hedge.
Heidi Martinez.
And he's in.
Chamber of Commerce.
Solemnly swear that the testimony about the witness proceeding with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please state your name and address.
My name is Heidi Martinez. My address is 1508 Eagles Landing Drive in Charlotte, North Carolina.
And you are a new customer?
Unfortunately.
And you are the mother of Taylor who previously testified?
I am.
Please proceed with your statement.
Hello all, my name is Heidi Martinez, and I have been living in Charlotte for 6 years with my daughter Kayla, who spoke before me. I could take this time to tell you that I have asthma, which I do, that has gotten worse since living in this city, but I'm not here to talk about that. I could take this time to tell you that I'm a homeowner, barely struggling to keep my bank account from going negative, while Duke Energy complains about their rate of return being only 5%. But I'm not here to talk about that. I could take this time to tell you that the dirty coal Duke uses is blowing up our mountains and polluting our water and air, but I'm not here to talk about that. What I am here to talk about is how this rate increase does not make any sense. I have a degree in accounting, and I love my job because numbers don't lie. Every day, I have to make sense out of numbers. So when I heard that Duke was requesting a 17% rate hike for residential customers like myself, I had to try to make sense out of it. Unfortunately, the more I read and learned about the purpose of the increase, it sounded like we should be getting a rate decrease instead. Duke recently gave customers free compact fluorescent light bulbs and requested that customers reduce their energy use. So I did my part. I replaced all the light bulbs in my house, and I tried to flip the switch only when it was absolutely necessary. But when I started researching the reasons why Duke requested a rate increase, I read on their application that $39 million of the rate increase is due to lower sales volumes. I was led to believe by Duke that if I used less, I would pay less. But Duke now wants me to pay more because I use less? That doesn't make any sense to me. Then I read that Duke has been recruiting big companies like Apple, Facebook, and Google to do business in North Carolina. Again, I think that means residential rates would decrease because these big companies would be using more energy and therefore paying more energy. But then I found out that the business rate is only increasing 4%, 14% compared to our 17% residential. That doesn't make any sense to me. So I kept researching to find out if any of this increase is going to pay for clean, as Duke says, renewable energy sources, because I think saving the environment is definitely worth the sacrifice. But instead, I find that old plants are going to be replaced in the coming years with a new fleet of coal additions. That does not make any sense to me. And lastly, I read that Duke Energy already has another rate hike scheduled for next year because the company faces cost uncertainty as it deals with rising health care costs. But the physician Coalitions for Social Responsibility have proven that coal plant particle pollution has a very serious impact on health. As I stated earlier, I have a daughter, and I know that many of you commissioners are parents, and paying more to continue to put our family's health at risk does not make any sense to me. I hope none of this makes sense to you either, and you deny Duke's greedy, unjustified, and definitely unreasonable request to increase our rates. Thank you for your time and your open minds.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. We've been here for an hour and a half. We're going to give the court a few minutes of break, and we're going to come back. It's 8:30. We'll come back at 20 till 9. 10-minute break.
Please state your name and address.
June Blotnick, spelled B-L-O-T-N-I-C-K, 1930 Mecklenburg Avenue, Charlotte, and I am a Duke customer.
Please proceed with your statement.
Good evening, and thank you all for coming to Charlotte tonight. My name is June Blotnick, and I'm here as the Executive Director of Clean Air Carolina. We're a Charlotte-based nonprofit working to restore clean and healthy air to our state. I'm here to express our organization's strong objection to Duke Energy's proposed rate hike. Duke is asking for more money from the rate-paying public to cover the cost of pollution controls at its coal plants, to cover the cost of reduced electricity demand, and to cover the cost of paying its investors a higher rate of return. These are just a few of the reasons they're asking for this rate hike. In these days and times, it's hard to believe a corporation can actually be serious about this kind of request. The fact is that Duke has chosen to continue to invest in coal, an increasingly expensive fuel, and a fuel that causes environmental degradation every step of the way from the moment it's blasted out of the mountaintops of Appalachia, poisoning the air and waterways, to the time it's burned in the coal plants throughout our region, poisoning our air and waterways. Coal's devastation doesn't stop there. Coal ash waste ponds must be monitored indefinitely, and the carbon dioxide released by coal plants will continue to drive worldwide climate change for centuries. It's an investment that Duke has continued to make despite knowing these risks, and the public shouldn't have to pay for cleaning up the pollution caused by their investment decision. The sad truth is that the public is already paying for the external cost of coal of that investment, not only with the long-term damage to the environment, but also with high asthma rates, heart disease, cancer, and premature death, and that's been widely documented. The 53,000 children in our region with asthma are paying for the investment in coal through hospital emergency room visits on hot summer days. We had 24 code orange days in the Charlotte region this past summer. Asthma is the #1 reason children end up in the emergency room. They're paying for the investment in coal through missed school days. Asthma is the #1 reason for school absences. Their parents are paying for it in missed work days and higher insurance premiums and higher medical bills. For Duke to ask these families to pay more for an investment which generates so much pollution is clearly unjustified. For Duke to ask North Carolinians, many of whom are working hard to conserve electricity, to pay for the reduction in demand is ludicrous. Demand for electricity has been decreasing for a number of years, and Duke was aware of this as they were getting the various permits for Cliffside. They were courting customers outside of the state because they needed them to justify their investment. Their building spree is a business risk that Duke shareholders should bear. And speaking of shareholders, for Duke to ask the public to pay for a higher rate of return for its investors is a slap in the face to every one of the 95,530 unemployed people in our region. It's no surprise, given our high unemployment numbers, that Charlotte is one of the top 10 foreclosure hotspots in the country. In neighboring Union County, the Sheriff's Office is serving 400 foreclosure notices a month. In 2007, they served less than that during the whole year. Last year, they served 5,300 homes foreclosure notices. Duke's customers are forced to pay the external cost of an energy portfolio top-heavy with coal. We are now being asked to pay directly from our pockets for higher electric rates at a time when people's pockets are increasingly empty. And while Duke's profits are going up, the average North Carolinian's income and assets are going down. This should be a no-brainer for the utility commissioners. Just say no. Thank you.
Harry Taylor.
Solemnly swear that the testimony about here proceeding with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God. Thank you.
I'm Harry Taylor, 1901 Brandon Circle, Charlotte, North Carolina. I am a Duke Energy customer.
Please proceed with your statement.
I can't tell you, I don't know what you're asking me. I can't hear well enough to understand what you're asking me.
I'm sorry. Please proceed and say what you want to say. Don't whisper.
This seems to be a regular part of life anymore in Duke Energy's service areas, where we come here and ask for your restraint and whatever Duke Energy is trying to do next. And this is October 11th, 2011, and this country is going through the worst financial recession it's seen since the Great Depression. People are unemployed, underemployed, about to be unemployed, about to lose their homes. Businesses aren't doing business. It's a staggering circumstance that we're in today, and you're hearing about it tonight from a number of people. Duke Energy is here to ask for yet another rate hike on top of the rate hike that went into effect, I think, 2 years ago, and a surcharge that went into effect a couple of months ago. It tells us that the rate hikes are necessary in order to increase their return on their investment and to invest in equipment for coal-fired power plants, every one of which should have been shut down at midnight last night. They tell us that the rate that we pay is among the lowest in the country, or below average in the country. That's almost, and therefore, we should be allowed to raise the rate. It's almost like saying, we are going to raise your rate because we can. I read your mission statement for the North Carolina Utilities Commission. I see among your responsibilities to provide fair regulation in the interest of the public, to provide just and reasonable rates, to promote energy conservation. And in Duke Energy parlance, that seems to be to give away free fluorescent light bulbs. As consumers, we have a choice. We don't want to pay what one grocery store is paying or charging. We go down the street. We go down the street and find somebody else to sell us a cheaper shirt. We go down the street to find somebody else to fix our car for less. But where we are, if we're Duke Energy customer, we don't have a choice. And we rely on you to uphold your mission and protect the consumers, the customers of Duke Energy. We ask that you give the people of North Carolina a break at a time they really, really, really need a break. Thank you.
Lisa Zirkle.
Solemnly swear that the testimony about the gift of this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
I do. My name is Lisa Zirkle, and my address is 2420 Danbury Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, and I am a Duke customer. Duke Energy is asking for this rate increase for several reasons: dropping power demand, increasing fuel costs, the technology costs needed to make an inherently dirty industrial-age fuel source a little cleaner. As the owner of a power plant, I'd like to offer some advice. I paid for my equipment up front in 2006, locking in the price of my energy for the next 25 years. My fuel costs are zero. My cost for pollution controls are zero. Children can safely play next to my power plant without risking respiratory diseases. I don't have any cost to maintain coal ash ponds near our county's source for drinking water. Since 2006, the 16 solar panels on my roof have reliably provided about half of the electricity my family of 5 uses. As you consider Duke's request, I hope you'll remember the people of North Carolina want to live next to me. In May, Fallon Research conducted a poll and found that 84% of likely voters in North Carolina support efforts to increase alternative and renewable energy in our state. More than 75% favor a bill that would double the requirement for the use of solar power under the REPS. Currently, Duke derives 0.2% of energy from renewables. You can see their 2030 projections behind me. They project to increase that to a mere 2% by 2031. And that paltry figure includes renewable energy sourced from hog waste. Pardon me, but that's just crap. According to the latest data from the EIA, renewable energy sources, biomass, geothermal, solar, water, wind, accounted for almost 14% of net U.S. electrical generation for the first half of 2011, up more than 26% from the same period the year before. So think about it. The U.S. average now is 14%, and Duke projects a goal of only 2% by 2031. Since a majority of North Carolinians want more renewables, why is it still so difficult? Our current state rules do not follow established best practices to encourage individuals to make the investment. According to the Interstate Renewable Energy Council, North Carolina gets a D as in dog, in net metering. They note that net metering programs are powerful, market-based, easy-to-administer incentives that encourage energy independence. More importantly, policy is free. It doesn't require a rate hike. Or as Thomas Edison said, "I'd put my money on the sun and solar energy. What a source of power. I hope we don't have to wait until oil and coal run out before we tackle that." Thank you.
Mr.
Garrett Henshaw. State your name and address.
Garrett Henshaw, 4737 Crystal Falls Avenue, Hickory, North Carolina.
And are you a customer of Duke Power?
Our college is a customer.
Okay, please proceed with your statement.
I represent Catawba Valley Community College, which is located in Hickory, North Carolina. And, you know, most people know Duke Energy by the bill that they receive in their mailbox every month. But I'm here tonight to testify about a different Duke Energy. You see, we lost more jobs per capita in our area than any other place in the United States just over the last few years. Our people were struggling. Our community college's budget was reduced to almost nothing in terms of what we needed to serve the people who were out of work. There was one company that stood up for us, that stepped in and took over. This company was Duke Energy. Duke Energy made it possible for us to re-engineer our programs by providing equipment, by providing scholarship monies, and by supporting our institution. They stepped up to the plate when no one else would. This made a huge difference for the people in our community. We now have dislocated workers that have been able to regain employment as a result of the efforts of this community partner. They are about partnership. They help the Chamber of Commerce, they help in economic development, and they help the North Carolina Community College system. We are working hard to assure that people in our area continue to prosper and regain the lifestyles that they were used to 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years ago. We consider Duke Energy a valuable partner in that process, and we support Duke Energy in what they do and what they've done for our community. Thank you.
Jack Kirvin.
Bible, raise your right hand.
I'm not a Christian.
You affirm. You solemnly affirm?
Yes, I
Testimony
affirm.
about to give this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I affirm.
Please state your name and address.
My name is Jack Kirvin, K-I-R, V as in Victor, E-N as in Nancy. I live at 3329 Magnolia Hill Drive, apartment 1313 in Charlotte, North Carolina.
And you are a customer of Duke Power.
I am.
Please proceed with your statement.
I actually prepared a statement that I'm going to throw out because everybody's already said everything I want to say. So in the interest of brevity, I just want to focus for a moment on the sheer scale of the numbers that have been mentioned here. There are 1,000 thousands and 1 million. So if you had $1,000, 1,000 times, you'd have $1 million. There are 1,000 millions in a billion. And what they are complaining about then is that they only have 1,300 millions of dollars. That's, I wish I had your problem. Duke is requesting yet another rate increase, this time for nearly 20%. And this at a time when their potential merger, is going to save them potentially $750 million. Duke has indicated that this is how much they would save if they were to merge, but it's also known that in the process they intend to cut hundreds, if not thousands, of jobs in the process. So whereby they supported your community, sir, they intend to gut another community. They're asking for a huge increase in their rates while removing $750 million from the state economy and eliminating jobs in the process. They should be investing cash into the economy, not withholding it, and they should be investing jobs into the economy, not erasing them. This is not the time for Duke to be charging more while contributing to the recession and to the high unemployment rate. We as people should be custodians of the natural world. We are responsible for leaving this place better than we found it. If wind energy can be harnessed in Massachusetts successfully, then it's ridiculous that it cannot be done in North Carolina, where our wind energy potential is the highest in the eastern seaboard. If Duke cannot succeed here, it is because they have insufficient competition to force them to try harder. You cannot, in good conscience, put the responsibility for paying Duke's projects on a strained populace when Duke's practices cannot be underwritten by banks. If banks won't risk investing in Duke's ineptitude by granting Duke loans, then why should we, the people, or the environment, be forced to do the same? Do not reward Duke Energy with this rate increase. As I said before, they have 1,300 millions to complain about.
Joseph S-C-H-M-O-E.
Put your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand. You solemnly swear that the testimony about you proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Please state your name and address.
My name is Paul Nitch. I live at 3115 Stony Brook Road in Charlotte. And the reason I've signed in as Joe Schmo is that I represent an anonymous group of people who can't come because they're afraid of their employers who, for whatever reason, are supported by gifts and supportive projects that the Duke company provides.
Well, let's spell your real name for me.
I'd be happy to. It's, first name is Paul, last name is spelled N as in Nancy, I-T-S-C-H.
I assume you or the anonymous people are Duke customers.
I am, and I'll be happy to change that there for you if you like.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
Go ahead with your statement.
I I'm not going to speak for very long, but I want you to know that there are a number of nonprofit organizations, some of whom you've heard from this evening, who have benefited from the largesse of the Duke financial system, and in many wonderful ways. I don't know that, personally I don't know if that's the reason that Duke is in existence, but you know, for those nonprofit organizations, it's nice to have that kind of support. Nonprofits have to do the right thing, because if they don't get the support. They are not businesses. They're not for profit. Businesses are for profit, and that's the point. No matter what they do, the main point is to make a profit. The 17% rate increase, as far as I'm concerned, is the tip of the iceberg. And what's supporting the tip of the iceberg is what I would characterize as a big glob of amoral, myopic greed. Amoral, because what does Duke do but create, as we've heard many times tonight, energy that destroys our human existence, our environment. Myopic, because people who are short-sighted can't see that, oh my goodness, I'm going to run out of gas before I get to the next gas station. We're going to run out of coal one day. We're going to run out of oil. What's going to happen to the planet when that happens? Maybe Duke will finally have wind power at that point. I don't know. How long are they going to take to figure this out? And greed is simply what businesses do to exist. It doesn't matter, as I said before, what you create. It's a matter of how much money you make. So I would respectfully ask you to consider this 17% increase as simply a small part of the problem. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Barbara Conrad.
Solemnly affirm the testimony about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Please state your name and address.
Barbara Conrad, 2167 Norton Road, and I am a customer.
And that's Charlotte address.
Charlotte, North Carolina, 28207.
Please proceed with your statement.
My tendency is to cut this completely short because I've heard so many wonderful things that I wanted to say, but let me make it very quick. I love North Carolina. I've lived here my whole life, most of my life, and that's a long time. We have beautiful beaches and mountains, we have vibrant cities, and we have outstanding universities, but right now I'm ashamed of what's going on with our energy situation. One other thing that makes me ashamed is our poverty rate in this state. It's really unconscionable. In the past decade, our poor population has grown by 25%. 1 in 4 children live in poverty. I work with people in poverty, and let me tell you, they cannot afford this rate increase. Picture my friend Jerry, just one little story. For 8 years before he recently died a few months ago, I watched this formerly homeless man work a job well below a living wage, always under $8 an hour, no benefits. Every month he would sit at his kitchen table in his meager apartment and pull out enough cash to pay his rent, then his light bill, then a monthly bus pass, and finally whatever he could manage for food. Invariably, he would call me for a loan of $10 to pay for a haircut or a little extra for the collection plate at church. So Duke is asking the Jerrys and the thousands of others in poverty in this city and in this state, plus those on fixed incomes, to pay more every month. Duke Energy, a company, and you've heard all these numbers, which last year had record profits of $1.3 billion, a company whose CEO last year earned $6.9 million, a company that now wants to use this rate increase to raise its shareholder dividends from 10.5% to 11.5%. Something is rotten in the state of North Carolina. And what's really rotten is the stench from coal power plants, the threat of coal ash in our water, the orange ozone days here in Charlotte. I think June said it was 24 this summer. And what's really, what Duke is asking for is not to create new innovative green, clean
clean renewable energies, but to pay for cleaning up and financing more of a dirty, obsolete, disease-producing system of energy production. Not wind or solar, but coal scrubbers and nuclear safety backups for the same old, same old, same old, same old, and my talk is beginning to be same old, same old. It is greed, it is complacency, it is embarrassing, and I really do appreciate your listening tonight, and I do not envy your job, but you are our conscience. So please do the right thing. Thank you.
Beth Henry.
You solemnly affirm that the testimony about to give this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but.
Please state your name and address.
Beth Henry, 3066 Stony Brook Road, Charlotte, North Carolina.
And you are a due customer.
I am.
Please proceed.
And I'm one who's actually read the application and most of the supporting documents on the internet. And I noticed that a lot of the money that they spent, that they now want us to pay for, was for capital projects aimed at making inherently dangerous electricity a little less dangerous. $565 million for a scrubber at Cliffside to try to cause fewer heart attacks, asthma attacks, lung disease, and so on. Almost $1 billion on projects at nuclear plants aimed at trying to prevent nuclear meltdown, projects to lower risks of fires, earthquakes, tornadoes, terrorism. These are all different projects for all these different types of problems, as well as a digital upgrade. And these costs of trying to make inherently dangerous energy less dangerous are just going to keep going up as more people become aware of the human suffering caused by these power plants, as climate change worsens, and as the lessons of Fukushima are incorporated into the nuclear plants. So you might think that the predictable higher costs for health and safety, as well as the related human suffering, would prompt you to move away from inherently dangerous energy to renewable energy sources that don't kill people or make them sick or destroy the climate. But no, as the pie chart shows, Duke is betting its future and ours on more fossil fuel and nuclear plants. Inherently dangerous plants, the cost for which will keep going up. I was surprised Mr. Wasson didn't mention that Appalachian Basin coal is getting so expensive. Duke is having to look at other coal sources, and the guy who testified about that said that they really don't know what they're going to be able to do to convert all their coal plants to burn a different kind of coal. They don't know how much that's going to cost, so that's another huge cost that's out there for coal, not to mention transportation and other things that have been talked about. So we, the public, are forced to pay the huge initial capital costs for dirty energy that wastes our water, pollutes our water and our air, destroys our climate, damages our health. We then pay for scrubbers, tornado, earthquake, fire, terrorism projects to try to make it less dangerous, ever-increasing fuel costs, and then probably carbon legislation costs. But now to add insult to injury, in my opinion, we're being asked to assure Duke's wealthy equity investors a premium rate of return, 11.5%, because they see Duke's fossil and nuclear portfolio and its plans for more of the same as so risky that they won't otherwise invest. So that doesn't seem fair for Duke to continue choosing dirty, risky energy and then tell ratepayers, you have to pay a lot more because we can't get investors to invest in these risky energy sources. It seems like the solution for these risky plans, instead of making us pay more, would be to change to a less risky plan. Primarily energy efficiency, the cheapest, safest energy source, and of course renewable energy, which is skyrocketing in other places. Furthermore, if regular folks like us are smart enough to know that we, not the investors, will be forced to pay environmental carbon emission costs, just like we're having to pay for these scrubbers and all these tornado and other fire things, then why would Duke's sophisticated investors be worried about more of those costs since we're the ones who pay them? And Duke's investors also know that Duke's lobbyists and others are having much success in delaying and even squashing coal ash, mercury, and other regulations meant to protect the public health. Please reject Duke's request that ratepayers fund an exorbitant 11.5% return on equity to Duke's equity shareholders.
Aaron Vincent. Right here.
Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear that the testimony about to give this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. I do.
Please state your name and address.
Aaron Vincent, 2424 North Davidson Street, Charlotte, North Carolina.
You are a customer of Duke.
Yes.
Please proceed with your statement.
Well, I'm not going to be reductive up here. Everybody's had a lot of great speeches. We understand the stats. I think it's a moral issue here. I want to say something real quick. As a kid, I used to be this bully in school. And I used to gratify because I made nerds pay me to protect them. So, but when they didn't pay me, I got mad at them and I went jump on them. I feel like this is the situation with this Duke Energy situation. It's, you know, I like to think that most people are good people. Sometimes we're just caught in bad situations. Everybody wants to keep their job, you know, but it's obvious that this is not right. It's a bad thing. And right now, I think the public needs somebody to stand up and be strong, be that hero. Stop being the bully. Stop letting the money go under the table. Stop being scared to lose your job and stand up for what's right. I love the fact that this country has so many thousands of people standing up for what's right now. The majority seems like they're stuck up to the table. But we still need the people that enforce the rules to say no to some of this. Make us feel good about ourselves. Make us feel like this is all worth it. As a small business owner here in Charlotte, yes, this affects me. You know, I have rent, taxes, and Duke. So those are huge expenses for me. And to say that at home I have to worry about it as well is bad. Since this bully thing, I became this community activist and I love being in the community. So we have a lot of forums in my store where small businesses meet, et cetera, et cetera. I see this hands-on. I'm the guy who likes going to people's homes. I hear them, they're bullied. I can't turn my heat up. I can't turn my air on. It's hot in here, but I can't. It's just not gonna happen. They sit in the dark. Duke has bullied them. And it's really sad to say that if this increase is placed, how many more people are going to really sit in the dark? Anyways, I'm gonna keep it short. Thank you.
Yes.
Please state your name and address.
My name is Susan Hunt. I live at 651 Rutherford Place in in Charlotte, and I'm a Duke customer.
Please proceed with your statement.
I've lived in Charlotte for 37 years, and I've been a Duke Energy customer for 37 years. I was their customer when the name was Duke Power. My Uncle Dan worked as an engineer for Duke Power in South Carolina when I was a child. I recently retired from working in the social work field, working for 15 years as a psychotherapist and counselor. In the last 2 to 3 years, I've listened as many of my clients told me of their lost jobs, lost houses, no medical care, and even having to end their therapy with me because of financial issues. I care deeply about human beings, animal and plant life, water, air, our entire planet. I am against this rate hike because it will unfairly impact the poor, the working poor, the unemployed, and also middle-class families. Duke wants to build another coal plant despite the fact that coal is dirty energy that pollutes our air, our water, and our health. Please vote against this requested rate hike. Thank you.
Ms. Hunt?
Pat Moore.
I'm Pat Moore.
You need to be sworn. Solemnly swear that the testimony about to give this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Please state your name and address.
Pat Moore, 1571 Queens Road West in Charlotte, a lifelong resident of this community and Duke Power customer.
Please proceed with your statement.
First, thank you for your time and your patience and your courtesy this evening. We appreciate it. I'm trying to understand this request for the second rate hike in 2 years, but I don't understand it. Duke Energy has stated that fossil fuels and nuclear energy are just a bridge to a new sustainable future, but that's the myth number one that we're asked to believe. Actually, since the last rate increase only 2 years ago, they spent hundreds of millions of dollars on dirty energy, diverting our energy dollars from clean, renewable energy. I was arrested 2 years ago for walking on the sidewalk at Duke as we presented to Jim Rogers a call to conscience, asking him not to build the plant at Cliffside. Now the ratepayers of this community are being asked to pay for this, for the cost. They're being asked to pay for the scrubbers of old plants and also for possible nuclear expansion. You, as commissioners, will decide whether we will be concerned about the ratepayers of this community or the mistakes and cost overruns of Duke Energy. Myth number two, renewables are just not ready. The reality is that renewable energy is growing by leaps and bounds. Solar is rapidly reaching the point where it compares in price with dirty energy, even including the $20 billion per year in subsidies for dirty energy by the ratepayers. Cold, cloudy Germany is now 20% solar, where Duke, as you've heard already, proposes 3% renewables by 2031. By asking for this rate increase, Duke is admitting that their risky, expensive strategy is not working. And guess what? They've already stated that more rate increases are to come. You, as commissioners, have the crucial task of deciding this issue. Myth number three, Duke Energy is actively promoting green energy. Duke touts its growth in renewables,
But in reality, not only Duke does not have one major renewable project in North Carolina, it's actively working here to stop programs of conservation and energy efficiency, such as North Carolina Saves Energy. Conservation projects help our citizens, especially the poor, who pay a disproportionate share of their income for utilities. But they do not provide enough profit for Duke, which receives benefit from the sale of electricity, not from conservation. Duke is not actively working for renewables or conservation, but for coal and nuclear. Again, you as commissioners can decide in favor of the citizens of this community, especially the poor, by denying this rate increase. Or you can decide for the bottom line at Duke Energy. Myth number 4, nuclear and fossil fuel production provides jobs. In reality, in this country from August 2010 to 2011, fossil fuel companies cut jobs by 2%, while solar was one of the only private sectors in this country to actually increase jobs, 6.8% growth. In the United States, there are 90,000 jobs in the solar industry, more than all the coal mining jobs in this country. Green jobs do not risk the health or the safety of anyone. Again, the decision that you as commissioners make about this rate increase will determine the growth of clean energy jobs in North Carolina. Last one, myth number 5. Duke Energy is developing a strong portfolio to appeal to investors in the 21st century. No. The very reason Duke has come to the ratepayers for an increase is that its strategy of fossil fuels and nuclear is too risky for most private investors. Duke's own expert witness says that Duke has to promise investors a higher rate to get them to invest in the looming costs of coal and nuclear. That is what is behind this request for a rate increase. Even with huge ratepayer subsidies for dirty energy, venture capital is moving toward renewables in a big way. Even in this struggling economy, the clean energy industry drew a record $7.8 billion in venture capital worldwide in 2009. The market favors renewables. As someone who saw most of the last century, I can say to you, fossil fuels and nuclear are so 20th century. In the 21st century, renewables and energy efficiency will succeed. We are asking you commissioners to decide that North Carolina will share in that success. We appeal to you to move our state forward to the new clean energy of the future by denying this rate increase. We are relying on you. Thank you.
Abraham Friedman from Silva. I might have the name wrong.
Solemnly swear that the testimony about to give this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Please state your name and address.
Abraham Friedman, 1346 Dillsboro Road in Silva, North Carolina. I'm an active energy ratepayer.
Please proceed with your statement. Please proceed.
And I also want to say that I represent today the Canary Coalition, which is a grassroots organization and coalition that represents more than 2,000 individual businesses and organizations throughout North Carolina and the Appalachian region.
spell the first name of that coalition?
The Canary Coalition?
Oh, Canary Coalition? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Canary like in the coal mine. I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to address you on the issue of Duke Energy's requested rate increase. Although I am at the same time registering a strong protest that you did not schedule public hearings in areas currently served by Progress Energy. Given the steamrolling process of the Duke process merger, this rate increase, if granted, will ultimately affect all ratepayers in our state. And regardless of the merger, the pollution, the greenhouse gases, and water consumption of the Cliffside coal-burning power plant that ratepayers are being forced to finance with this increase will impact the health and environment of all the citizens of North Carolina. No one should have been left out of this process. The Utilities Commission can most effectively fulfill its mission on behalf of the public interest by immediately redirecting itself in favor of policies that will result in reduction of energy consumption. This can be accomplished by restructuring utility rates in a manner that will reward efforts at conservation and energy efficiency. As epitomized by this latest proposed rate increase, the current rate structure offers no incentive to electrical consumers to invest in efficiency or conservation. Regardless of what efforts we make, our rates will rise under the current rate structure to pay for new generating capacity. More energy consumption is actually rewarded with lower rates for bigger users. This eventually leads to the need for more generating capacity and an ongoing upward spiral of rates, pollution, greenhouse gas production, and water consumption. In contrast, if the Utilities Commission were to adopt the approach outlined in pending North Carolina House Bill 135, the Efficient and Affordable Energy Rates Bill, less energy use would be rewarded with lower rates, as more energy use would be discouraged with higher rates. This would result in dramatic statewide reduction in energy consumption, eliminating the need to build new power plants, and in turn eliminating the need to raise rates to pay for them. The Utilities Commission doesn't need the passage of House Bill 135 to mandate this change in our energy policy. You already have the authority to implement such a change on your own. It's your mission to determine the energy policy that will result in the lowest rates for electrical consumers. As you know, it would have been illegal in North Carolina prior to 2007 to grant the type of rate increase Duke Energy is now proposing, forcing ratepayers to finance construction work in progress on a new power plant. It was illegal for good reason. Back in 1982, Progress Energy had planned and partially constructed 4 nuclear power plants at its Sharon Harris facility, 3 of which were abandoned due to vast cost overruns and a gross overprojection of growth in energy demand. Although these were corporate miscalculations, it was the ratepayers who paid the penalty and were charged hundreds of millions of dollars through rate increases. The public outcry was so great that the North Carolina General Assembly in 1982 passed legislation that banned the practice of henceforth charging ratepayers for construction work in progress on new power plants. Yet, here we are again, with vast cost overruns on the Cliffside plant, and a gross corporate miscalculation about growing energy demand, and the ratepayers once again being forced to pay with a huge increase in utility rates during dire economic times to finance a dirty power plant that isn't needed or wanted by North Carolinians. How has this happened? It happened in the General Assembly when in 2007, Duke Energy and Progress Energy muscled through Senate Bill 3, a piece of legislation disguised as the so-called Renewable and Efficiency Portfolio Standard. This bill was sadly lacking in its renewable and efficiency standards, but far more profoundly, it reversed the ban on charging ratepayers for construction work in progress, ushering in a new generation of polluting and dangerous coal, nuclear, and natural gas power plants. Why would our elected officials betray us like this? Because the Duke Energy and Progress Energy Political Action Committees, along with their corporate executive officers, contribute hundreds of thousands of dollars on a yearly basis to the political campaigns of virtually every legislator and statewide elected official in North Carolina. They spend even more on a ubiquitous paid lobbying effort in the halls of the state legislature. Duke Energy couldn't find a conventional lending institution to front the money for this risky new Cliffside power plant, so they decided to force the ratepayers and taxpayers to take the risk instead. These same legislators appoint members and commissioners of our state agencies who are supposed to be regulating the industries as they protect the public interest. At this moment, I want to pay homage to the tens of thousands of people who are putting their bodies on the line in the rapidly growing and powerful Occupy Wall Street movement that is completely relevant to these proceedings in this hall tonight. Large corporations have gained control of our government, one monetary system, our monetary system and our lives, and are using their power to further their own wealth and greed at the expense of working people everywhere. So the question is, does Duke Energy Corporation control the North Carolina Utilities Commission, the state agency that is supposed to be regulating it and protecting the public interest? Please prove to us otherwise by denying this rate increase. Thank you.
Robbie Ackmeyer.
Yes.
Testimony not to this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Please state your name and address.
Yes. My name is Ravi Ahiri, and I live at 255 West Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, Charlotte, North Carolina.
You are a Duke customer?
Yes, I am a Duke customer.
Please proceed.
Thank you. I'd like to take this time to thank the Public Service Utilities Commission for conducting this public hearing, because it gives us a chance to speak our mind and speak out, and that's really one of the basic core of a democracy. Now, we ask, as the gentleman before me said, that you will have the courage to represent the people. I represent Citizens Charlotte Coalition, which is a coalition of growing about 340 people in Charlotte, and it's a combined of neighborhood presidents, individuals, other community organizing groups, and represent all the people and global citizens who call Charlotte home. 1% of $1 trillion used to bail out the banks applied to mutual lending and financial support in deprived and low-income communities will change Charlotte. African Americans' income represent less than 26% of the income of whites, while Hispanics represents 23% of that income. These figures were recently presented by the Urban League State of Charlotte. And this report shows there's a growing, serious decline of minority communities being able to survive. These communities are the canaries in the mine. So what happens to these communities eventually will happen to all of us. Additionally, the unemployed rates of Black Americans rate as high as 28% in some areas of Charlotte. In some cases, our senior citizens are choosing not to eat in order to pay their electric bill. Today, I spent time with about 25 senior citizens at a place called the Community Outreach Church Harvest Center. And those women, some of them 80s and 90s, when they saw the petition that some of the members of our community groups were working on, they wanted to stop their knitting and come and sit in tonight so they could speak to you. I advised them maybe they might want to wait and try another day, but they are prepared. These glaring statistics reflect no jobs, no income, no light. In the Judeo-Christian Bible that you just had us to swear on, God said, "Let there be light." Yet corporate greed wants us to give everything for that light. And yet, we live in the Sun Belt state. 25 years ago, they said the Sun Belt states would be the state of those states of energy. Yet, we're not seeing that. Our senior citizens are struggling with fixed income. There have been no increase in Social Security in the last 3 years. Yet, Duke Power wants us to pay a 17% rate. I don't know how many of you are familiar with a place called Crisis Assistance, but it's really become an outpost for Duke Power. Many women and children wait in line beginning at 4:30 in the morning. The doors do not open until 8 o'clock. This morning in the rain, we witnessed again. In the winter, I've witnessed it. 90% of them are there to get their Duke lights paid. Today, one woman was angry and crying because she said, "I've been here since 6 o'clock this morning. I have my Duke Power bill, I have my lease, but I didn't have my Social Security card, and they turned me away. Tonight, I will be in the dark." I think about her when I stand here. I am blessed that I don't have to be in the dark, but we're all in the dark when one of us is in the dark. Yet, Duke Energy have the temerity to come to the public square and ask for this rate increase. Citizen Charlotte is asking the Public Utilities Commission to deny them that. We also ask that you reject this rate hike. And we ask that you rather advise the people at Duke to create jobs. President Obama has put a lot of money into the Department of Energy for green energy. We ask that Duke Power do that and put these jobs in low-income communities. And many of these communities have already suffered from the coal plants. Tonight you will hear someone else talk about that who's experiencing it on a regular basis. So we too stand with the citizens of Wall Street and Chicago and Los Angeles. But most of all, we support Occupy Charlotte. Thank you.
The name of your group that you represent?
The Citizens Charlotte Coalition.
Okay, thank you. Aaron Reuben Woods.
Someone swear the testimony about the proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Please state your name and address.
Aaron Woods, homeless. I don't even have an address anymore. I am a former UNC Chapel Hill student who attended college for 2 semesters on financial aid. I had to move to Raleigh and benefit from the fact that under certain circumstances I was not able to pay for college, even on financial aid. It was still not, some of my expenses were not even covered. I had to work 2 jobs, almost 3 jobs, to consider the fact that what little money that I actually do have right now will suffice to get a bag of chips and a drink. That even though that I had a warm bed, I had a warm apartment, I had a car that had gas in it, but unfortunately the expenditures were a little increased due to the fact of raising of taxes and people with considerable amount of intelligence wanted to reach in other people's pockets and grab more than what they should have. And I know how to spend money, but I guarantee you I don't spend anybody else's money. But I know people in several offices today are under no circumstance seem to feel as if they have the right to tell other people how to spend their money. And I have been on the unemployment line for almost 10 years now. The last time I had a job, I only held it for like 2 months because it just didn't pay it. It was completely flat. It was completely minimum wage, not even enough to pay for an apartment, not even, let alone a small little sufficiency room. Due to the fact of the increase of living conditions and also just the amount of tax increase on every dollar. And I'm here tonight to make the statement that whether you're reaching in your pocket or whether you're reaching into to someone else's pocket, the fact is America is not standing alone. It's having to stand alone on its own time, on its own self. Whether you trust the people you vote for, or whether you trust your own self with your own instinct, the fact is it's no longer a landmark. It's more a historical background due to the fact that people can monopolize and modernize, and at the same time colonize almost every existence and where to be at every exact time and location. Whether you can afford it or not. The point is that there are people out here who don't have any money, who don't have a place to stay, who have nothing to show for the fact that other people want to honestly say that you're going to have to answer me before you're able to do that.
She's testifying on Paul Latten.
Latten, here.
solemnly swear that the testimony about this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes. Please state your name and address.
Paul Latten, 10213 LaFoy Drive, Huntersville.
And you're a Duke customer?
I am a Duke customer.
Please proceed with your statement.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank the commission for having us speak tonight. I've traveled all over the world professionally, and that's quite a feat, really. I spent a lot of time. I grew up in Southside home, so from a housing project, it's not very often that people like me get to have the experiences that I have. But it's a blessing, frankly, to be here and have participated in this civil sort of debate. I think it's what it's amounting to. So thank you for that. Let me first mention that I'm here with my son, Cameron, and it's late, and we've got to get home. But I want him to understand that who I am at home is who I am in public. I want him to understand that this is what America is all about. He knows that I'm a proud American, and he needs to participate in this process no matter how late it is. Now, my perspective, I'm a Duke Energy shareholder. I consider myself a conservationist, although my children, I have 3 total, they consider me a greenie. I don't consider myself that. I'm an engineer, and I care about energy efficiency. I'm a conservationist, so I walk around and turn off lights. And simple thing, I think we can all do that. I'm a businessman. I've been responsible for businesses up to about $400 million, so not small businesses. I understand and I support the fact that Duke Energy needs to make a profit. I'm a capitalist, and I don't think that's a bad word. It seems to me that this is a little bit of an attack on Duke. I'm not here to attack Duke. I am here to oppose the rate hike. And I think that those are completely different subjects. So I don't stand with the people who are here in part to vilify Duke. That's not, to me, what this is all about. But I am here to stand on free market principles. One of those principles is in order to be successful as a capitalist, you have to reject status quo. And I think that's completely relevant to both this commission and to Duke Energy. Why do I say that? To the commission, I looked at the website for the North Carolina Utilities Commission. It's already been referenced some here tonight in the mission statement and some of the sort of mandates under that mission statement. But one says provide fair regulation of public utilities in the interest of the public. I just don't see how this kind of a rate increase is truly in the interest of the public. I see how it's in the interest of Duke, but I don't think that's in the interest of the public. So I challenge the commission to avoid the status quo. It's probably been pretty easy to approve these rate hikes year after year after year. And I don't know how long your tenures have been on the commission, but I think it'd be easy to do some reasonable due diligence and say, yeah, I guess this all makes sense to me. But I don't know that's in the interest of the public, so I'm asking you to challenge status quo on that. One of the other tenets was promote adequate, reliable, and economical utility service. Frankly, I think Duke has done and does an excellent job of that. Now, whether you are a supporter or not of coal-fired energy, I think they've done a good job with that. So having said that, they, to me, demonstrate that they have the capability to do it without necessarily having this big of a rate increase. So here's another challenge status quo. This actually goes back to Duke. Keep doing what you're doing, but don't ask for that much of an increase. I'm a firm believer that people are resilient and that they will find a way to be successful when they're challenged to do so. That's partly what you learn when you grow up in the project, because we didn't have food all the time. I need my son to know that. So I put him out in the woods. We're blessed, we really are, to have a second home, believe it or not. But our second home didn't have running water or electricity and that sort of thing for a while, and we did that on purpose. It doesn't have a TV, it doesn't have a phone. Now I realize most people don't, some people don't have a first home. We have a second one, but I want my son and my daughter and my other son to realize that it's just not a given that you just thrive in a situation. You ask mom and dad or the rate commission to throw you some more bucks when you've made a bad decision. You got to figure out how to work that out. So Duke, work it out. That's my challenge to you. Even as a shareholder, I say, go work it out. One of the other mandates, I think, from the mission that the Utility Commission has is to provide just and reasonable rates. I think it's just, frankly, a mistake on the part of Duke to ask for this much rate increase at this time. It's not a mistake that they can't recover from or fix or address. I think it's simple. Deny it. At this point, I actually believe that some rate increase makes sense to me. I'm not wise enough, I don't have the data in front of me to say how much makes sense. I just, intuitively 17% doesn't make sense. There's another perspective I'll state, and then I'm going to wrap this up. I happen to also participate on the board of directors for the Our Towns Habitat for Humanity. I'm not here to speak for them. I'm here to speak to the fact that I'm on the Family Selection Committee, and I have the good fortune to interview a number of potential homeowners. And these people are wonderful people. It's humbling to do this job, and I'm thankful to be able to do it. But what I learned in that job is that I get to go home to a big house, and I pay a big utility bill every month, winter and summer, hundreds of dollars. But there are people that I talk to and interview that $20 a week makes a difference. $20 a week to me doesn't make a difference, and I'm thankful to be in that position, but it makes a difference. So this kind of a rate hike is too much for those people. I believe with all my being, and I work with Habitat for Humanity because we want to provide affordable housing solutions to people who deserve it. And that's part of the reason I'm here today. I want to advocate on behalf of those people and make that statement. So, in summary, my challenge, again, to the commission is to stick to the mission as stated and have the courage to reject the status quo and just kind of go along and say, no, I don't think we're going to do this. And then my challenge to Duke is to continue providing reasonable utility service at a much lower rate of increase. And, see, I don't think it's an or. There's a lot of or, and I'm here in the room, and I don't think it's or. I think it's and maintain a reasonable rate of return on equity for your shareholders, of which I'm one. But I'm not here to say, give me more money. I think you can do this without asking for more money. I am not an enemy of Duke. I'm not anti-Duke Energy. On the contrary, I believe in the employees of Duke, and I think that they're going to rise to this challenge if we present it to them. I don't think they're going to rise to this challenge as we go around and call them killers or, hey, you're polluting the air. Hey, look, they're not going to respond to that. In fact, I've participated in a number of conferences here in town where Duke Energy has been the leader in developing renewable energy alternatives. For the people who haven't actually seen that, I think you ought to look again or come participate in some of the conferences that I've seen them be leaders in. Are they there yet? No, they're not, but I don't think it's as bad as what I've heard here tonight. But Duke, hear me clearly. I think you overstepped it here. Let's see if we can put this one back in the box and do a better job. Thank you.
Cecil Furr. Stephen Navarro.
Cecil?
No.
You want to affirm or you want to swear?
Affirm.
You solemnly affirm that the testimony about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Please say your name and address.
My name is Stephen Navarro. I live on 412 North Laurel Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina. I am a Duke customer.
Please proceed.
Duke Power is here to ask for an increase in the return on equity. That's all the capital that they own, from 10.7% to 11.5%. I'm very happy about everyone discussing the environment and the plight 18% rates increases would have on us, but the commission is here to address, should we accept them raising the rates from 10.7% to 11.5%. This is an increase in their profits or revenues by 7%. One thing I do think Duke should do is let people sell energy back to the grid at wholesale prices. That will do a lot of cool things. I'm surprised no one mentioned that. That's the only bad thing I'm going to say about Duke right here. Duke is a company. Companies exist to make a profit. That's the only thing they exist to do. The problems that we haven't really addressed here are, I'm an Army veteran, by the way. 10 years ago today, I was in Yugoslavia protecting Muslims from genocide. Problems we're not addressing right now is what inflation has to do with all of this. We had the government saying that there's only I won't go over time here, only 2% inflation, but they don't count energy and food as part of the core of inflation. Energy and food is what you need to buy. Free market, people are saying inflation is only 9%. It's not 2%. So their rate hikes that Duke Power has is reflecting that their costs to operate are larger than they had been in the past. Government's trying to say there's no inflation, that iPads are great and they're getting better, but there are true costs because we're printing money for these 10 years of wars. You cannot dismiss, they haven't raised taxes for wars. We are paying, when we buy food at the grocery store, when we pay Duke Power, That is where our wealth and that's why we're poor, because of this stuff. That's not what we're dealing with, obviously, here. But we'll be back here in 2 years for another rate hike unless we end those. But, so there's been a lot of pain on people because of this. And the two things I think that the commission should be considering here is that if Duke Power did overbuild capacity in accurate projections during the housing bubble, they thought that Charlotte would keep on growing and it didn't happen. We should not have to be responsible for absorbing those costs. If they built too many plants and Charlotte stopped growing, we shouldn't have to pay they shouldn't be making this 11.5% profit if they accidentally overbuilt. Maybe they should only be paying, maybe our rate should only be reflecting on how much energy we are consuming. The other thing that I think that we should consider is that, I'm sorry, I'm flustered here, it's been a long evening, is what rate do we think that they would need in that case to maintain all their infrastructure and not let it fall apart? There have been sinkholes all over town this summer from broken water mains that have destroyed roads for months. And we can have those same situations in energy. So what profit do you think they need to make here to maintain the grid the way it is, not stop building altogether and only build in China? And that is what we should consider. Maybe they need to get squeezed too. Everyone's getting a haircut right now. But again, maybe if they overbuild capacity, they should maybe not get 11.5% off of what they do. And maybe they should get squeezed too. Commission, I hope you make the right choice for the people here. But we have some tough years ahead of us for everyone, and energy might become a third of our income a few years from now. It's really, really bad. And corporations exist to make a profit. The Constitution, the Supreme Court has ruled that. They are not there to get charity for people. So when we say they're cruel by referring you to charities, if they gave free energy to one single person, then I would stop paying and get free energy. It can't work that way. And while a $150 power bill has gone up, say up by 20%, that's a $30 hike. Well, let's say a $1,000 food bill for a family gone up by 9%, that's a $90 hike a month. So like we're being squeezed of every single corner. This is just one of the things because we have failed and let our federal government print up money to have wars for way, way too long. This system's coming to an end. I hope everyone can do the right thing by taking care of your neighbors. We need to take care of each other. Corporations can't do that. Take care of the neighbors and your family. That's the only way you can have moving forward. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace. Lisa Canutilla.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you about to give is proceeding with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Please state your name and address.
My name is Alyssa Camilla, and I am a resident of the UNC Charlotte campus. I live in Greek Village in the Zetatel Alpha House, number 206.
And your sorority is a customer of Duke Power?
Yes, the UNC Charlotte community is a customer of Duke Power.
Please proceed with your statement.
Well, I am a student in the public health program at UNCC. And my professors, they stress to us how much our society here in America and just in our Charlotte community is in jeopardy with our health care. And how all of us have to really step up to the plate to help our citizens in our community. And by using coal-fired power plants and nuclear plants, that is just not acceptable anymore. It's time for renewable energy. It's time to invest our money in renewable energy because we can't sustain what we currently have right now. I mean, asthma attacks are on the rise. Heart attacks are on the rise. Obesity is on the rise. Our current system pays 16% of our dollars currently on healthcare. This is the most that any other industrialized nation pays in the world. This is a serious, serious problem. And by using coal-fired power plants and nuclear energy, it's just not safe. It's not a public health, it's not in the public health's interest. So please, I am not against Duke Energy. I'm against how they're producing their energy. And I really ask that you put the public health of our community in your interest when you're thinking about this 17% rate hike. Thank you.
Ms. Blue, would you spell your last name, please?
It's spelled K-N-U-U-T-I-L-A. And my first name is spelled A-L-I-S-S-A.
Thank you very much. I never would have gotten that.
Matt Johnson.
Right here.
Mark, is it Mark Johnson?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay.
Good evening. You solemnly swear that the testimony about to give proceeding with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and address.
Yes, good evening. My name is Mark Johnson. I live at 416 Hollow Drive. That's in Charlotte, North Carolina.
You are a new customer?
My wallet can vouch for that too.
Okay. Please proceed with your statement.
I'm just going to be short and I'm going to be brief. These are 10 main points that I have observed by listening in that corner over the last 2 hours. This is about the haves versus the have-nots. What Duke is doing is creating economic crimes against humanity. This is class warfare. Duke is an oligarch. What you must do is expose them. You must write letters to the commission here. And if the commission doesn't help you out, you must go over their head. You must protest to the Attorney General, to those who are in power. Duke has been in power over 100 years. Absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Yes.
Finally, I'm only one voice. But with the voice of you all, I am
Mr.
strong.
Johnson, you can talk to us, sir. You can talk to us. We're the ones who are making the decision. We're not making the speech to the audience. You can talk to us first.
I'm sorry, but they can make a decision too.
You can talk to us if you want to testify. Talk to us first.
Like I was saying, I only have one voice. But with the masses, we are strong. And finally, since we're in the Bible Belt, Jesus was a revolutionary. And I think Jesus will be on our side. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Annie Vereen.
Solemnly swear that the testimony about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, sir.
Yes. My name is Annie Vereen. Last name V as in violin, E-R-E-E-N. And my address is 2505 Vale Avenue, Charlotte. I am a Duke customer.
Please proceed with your statement.
Thank you. Hello, members of the commission. I have been a lead activist for Greenpeace for 3 years. And Greenpeace does not pay me, but I consider that to be my full-time job because I care so much about the people and our environment. I've seen mountaintop removal. I see how our seasons are blending together because of the high amount of CO2 in our atmosphere. I've also seen Cliffside. I drove out there with some friends who are in this room, and I got really close to that monster. And I've never been so disgusted in my life. It made me embarrassed to be a human being. It was sitting in someone's backyard. I felt so polluted and dirty, and I wanted to scream. I'm ashamed that this is how we get our electricity. I'm here to demand that you take charge of this urgent situation, and you demand for renewable energy from Duke Energy. I'm 29 years old, college educated, and like many of my peers, we are desperate for jobs. We want to work. We want solar panels, we want wind turbines, and when I hear and see the trains speeding through our city, carrying coal from mountaintop removal from our Appalachian mountains, this is why I'm up here right now. Because I'm tired. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of not seeing any results. I want to see solar panels on those trains. That Cliffside plant does not employ many people. I know that. I want everyone here to do the right thing, to make the right choice for our home. I'm tired of the word environment. It's our home. Everyone needs to stop using the word environment. People cannot be resilient when we are constantly poisoned by burning coal. My neighbor is 31 years old, she's above me, she now has asthma. That's why I'm here. I'm here because of our environment and because people are dying. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
J.D. Walliner, 127 Circle Avenue, Charlotte. I'm not sure of the name.
She had to leave.
Okay. Stephen Longs?
Stephen, sir.
Okay.
Solemnly swear that the testimony about this truth and hope with no truth.
Of course I do.
Please state your name and address.
Stephen Longstreet, address, let's see, southeastern region of the United States of America. I'm a homeless squatter. I'm speaking on behalf of a few of Duke's ratepayers.
Please proceed with your statement. Please proceed.
Okay. I find it very interesting. I'm sitting in one of my friends. She's a 97-year-old lady, lives up in the right area. She said it's amazing, this modern day and age, that something that has been dead for millions of years can cause so much controversy and so much death. And she's in reference to the fossil fuels being used for coal. I'm not here to attack Duke. There were a lot of things when I was reading a Hickory newspaper article on the breakdown of this price hike, that, they kind of made sense, like repair on hydraulic electricity at Lake Norman and a few other places, but a giant hunk of it went to Cliffside, and being a hitchhiker, I've been both upwind and downwind from the plant, and you can get a very serious difference in just the ability to breathe. In fact, I tell a lot of people when I go to Silva, the first thing to do when you step out of the car is take a deep breath, because you just feel great to be alive. And then you come here to Charlotte and you take a breath and you're like, I'm in Charlotte. And we shouldn't allow that here in this city. We shouldn't allow this in this state to begin with. For anyone to even have the concept of just going and breathing and not being happy to be alive. Duke Power says it's working towards renewable energy. And I kind of see that. I don't see it working enough, especially with this giant chunk going to a coal plant that is safe for coal. A 37-year-old lady I crashed with said, is a safer coal plant the equivalency of a safer diesel engine in a car? Does that mean that I can sit in a closed garage with that safer diesel engine running and survive? And the answer is pretty much no. I don't know statistically or scientifically if anybody can do that, but for odds of argument, pretty much it's not. It's just a longer, prolonged situation. We're not solving the problem. We're just extending and stretching it out. And that's all I have to say. Have a great day.
Eli
solemnly affirm that the testimony about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Can you please state your name and address?
Elijah Sky Jackson. My current address is 600 East Trade Street, the old courthouse building.
Okay. Are you a new customer?
I have been. I'm currently not a new customer because I'm doing an intent to protest against corporations like Duke Energy.
Okay, please proceed with your statement.
Okay, thank you. I feel like that Duke Energy should not do the price hike the way that they're going. I mean, it's such a drastic price hike that local businesses won't be able to survive. In a way, only big businesses will be able to survive such a drastic price hike. And the poor are on a fixed income. I've been on a fixed income before to where I've had to literally sit there and go, I have this much food stamps and I need to still eat, but I still need to keep the power on. And it's literally horrible seeing me and people like me just have to go and live that way. Last winter, I literally was staying in a house where I had to close off curtains from the living room to one other room and box in a small heater just so the power bill wouldn't be that high, and sleep in my clothes with multiple sheets on me, just so I wouldn't get hypothermia and end up in the hospital and end up sick and having to owe more money. I had to cook on one grill, one eye, literally, everything. Just because I could literally sit there and go, okay, you know, this bill was really high, and it was, I got mine down to a fraction of the price and was barely be able to survive. I wouldn't wish that on anybody. I'm currently a member of Occupy Charlotte, and I don't speak for the entire movement, but I do feel Duke Power is the 1%. The poor are getting poorer, and the rich businesses or the big businesses are getting richer, expecting for the poor to pick up the slack. And I do not see eye to eye with that. I am also a Native American, and deep in my tradition and everything like that, seeing as how you all are polluting this earth that we were left with to take care of on so many levels, and other businesses on so many levels are polluting the earth also. I'm ashamed that this world is in this condition and everything is just getting worse on so many levels. That this town has one of the fifth highest pollution rates that I've heard. It just ashames me to see the environment the way it is. And big businesses such as Duke Energy have had a hand into it, you know. That is pretty much all I had to say.
Can you please spell your last name for the court report?
Elijah, my last name would be Jackson.
Oh, Jackson, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Lauren Bilski.
That's correct.
Solemnly affirm that the testimony about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, thank you.
Please state your name and address.
My name is Lauren Bilski, B as in boy, I-L-S-K-I. I live at 2211 Rocky Hill Road, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28210.
And you are a new customer.
Yes, sir.
Please proceed with your statement.
I appreciate it. Today, we've heard a lot about your mission statement, but no one has actually talked about their mission statement, which, and I'll quote, is to make people's lives better by providing gas and electric services in a sustainable way, affordable, reliable, and clean. From all the statistics that we've heard today, that's obviously not true. And I pretty much just want to ask the commission that if you guys are going to hold up your end of the mission statement, they need to as well. Thank you.
Leah McLaughlin.
Ms. Withers' testimony about the given this proceeding will be the truth, hopefully it's nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Please state your name and address.
Leah McLaughlin, 1818 Club Road, Charlotte.
And you are a Duke customer. Please proceed with your statement.
My name is Leah McLaughlin. My father's family has been here for over 200 years. I'm a rare thing. I'm a native Charlatan. My mother's family is from northern Minnesota. She's mostly a Chippewa Indian. She grew up without electricity in northern Minnesota until she was 12. So I do appreciate energy. I've had that drilled into me my whole life, to be grateful to people like Duke Energy who provide us with energy. So I'm not here to attack Duke Energy. I'm here to complain about the rate increase and about what it's for. I think Duke can do better. And as a matter of fact, I'm kind of throwing what I had to say out the window because everybody said it. I think there's every possibility that Duke is going to hear even those who are mad and upset, because I think Duke has a heart. I think Duke in there does do a lot of good things. I got the light bulbs. I didn't need them. I gave them to my friends. I was already using them. That's just one little example of the good things they do. But the problem is they need to do more good things. And I think there's every possibility that they're going to hear all these people talking. They're going to hear all these people, like the people I work with, day to day, work paycheck to paycheck. Myself, I work 2 jobs. My electric bill's $30 a month because I'm barely spending any. I didn't run my air conditioner this summer and I was hot. It's my understanding that a large percentage of this rate increase goes to fund coal and nuclear energy. That's my other big problem. It's dangerous for our health and for the health of our environment and for our planet and for all who live in it. The Clean Air Task Force, who gets their data from the EPA, estimated that in Mecklenburg County alone, there were 39 deaths directly related, proven to be related to coal in 1 year's time. That's too many. I realize that you're trying Duke Energy, but I challenge you because it's not enough. And taking energy from expensive, environmentally expensive sources is just not okay with me personally. In other words, raising our rates to pay for energy obtained from coal and nuclear power plants just doesn't work. There's no safe coal. Even if we scrub the coal things, I don't know what they're called, it doesn't make up for where the coal comes from, and we all know where it comes from. In addition, we've just proved in Japan there's really no safe nuclear. So what are we going to do? Well, I think personally, I'd love to see, if we're going to invest money, I'd love to see it get invested in solar and wind. So as we struggle to pay for energy, that we struggle to pay for energy for a future. So that because with the 17% rate increase, a lot of people are going to be going from people who can make it just barely to people who need assistance. That's not good. And we need energy with a future. Sorry, I'm being discombobulated here. But we need to leave a financially viable living environment to our children and grandchildren. And I think that's all of our challenge. And I thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Ms. McLaughlin. Testimony about the gift proceeding with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Please state your name and address.
My name is Bill Gupton. I live at 1611 Morgan Ford Road, Charlotte, North Carolina, and I am a customer of Duke Energy.
Please proceed with your statement.
Thank you. In the interest of time, I'm going to submit my comments, my prepared statements, and just address some of the key issues that I think need to be addressed tonight. First, thank you for your courtesies and attention. I greatly appreciate you bringing the commission to Charlotte and allowing us to participate in this process. I think that's an important thing as part of this regulatory procedure. I want to focus on a couple of areas, primarily the Duke Energy business model. We've heard a lot of comments tonight about the relative perspective of Duke Energy, and we've heard both social justice issues, economic justice issues, environmental justice arguments about their business plan. A couple things to keep in mind. Part of their business plan is to do good things for the community. We heard two community colleges point out that Duke does do good things for the community. Those are tax deductible and part of the Duke Foundation. So that's a normal cost of doing business as a customer for the community. The other aspect of their business model that concerns me is the current model rewards Duke Energy for the more that they invest in a particular technology, the more money they receive. So building a $10 billion nuclear reactor brings them more profits than investing in less expensive technologies. Another aspect of that is that the current system is based on the more energy they sell, the more money they make. So it is not in Duke's best interest to promote energy efficiency and other cost-saving perspectives. We think I believe that that's wrong. There are certain things that have been put in place. Duke does distribute the light bulbs, and that is a tax-deductible service that they provide. I believe some of those cost-saving programs are mandated by the Commission and other regulations. But I think that Duke Energy should be doing more. I think one of the things that Duke could do as a good corporate citizen is to significantly assist the communities they service in investing in weatherization and improving our housing stock. I think that would be a significant thing in terms of helping us move forward. The other area that I think is very significant is that the current model based on a carbon-based fuel source and a nuclear fuel source is just not sustainable. If the merger of Duke and Progress goes through, they will become the largest, if not the largest utility company in the United States, if not the world. I believe that the Commission should send a strong message that we will not allow a company based in North Carolina that is the largest utility to use a 20th century business model based on carbon and nuclear energy. It is time to move forward. Duke has made investments in solar and nuclear in states in which they are not regulated like North Carolina. At the recent merger hearings, Bill Johnson and Jim Rogers publicly stated on at least 2 occasions that they are not going to invest any more in renewable energy than that which is required by the mandates of the Renewable Energy Portfolio Standards. And that is at the percentages that we've heard tonight. That's just not acceptable for a world-class utility company in this day and age. If you look at the transition from nuclear to solar and wind that's taking place in Germany, when they look at the number of jobs that would be developed without the incentives necessary, they quickly decided to cancel their plans for nuclear and move aggressively into wind and solar. Duke Energy could do the same thing. It is amazing to hear Jim Rogers say that the potential for wind energy off the coast of North Carolina is not attractive to Duke Energy, when 2 studies have shown that North Carolina represents the greatest potential for offshore wind of any state on the Atlantic coast. So I believe that their energy business model is flawed. Let me make a couple different points related to that. We haven't heard a lot about this, but I think it is a significant issue, and that is the fact that they are asking to raise the guaranteed rate of return on shareholder equity from 11.7 to 10.5%. They state in their submission that this is because of decreasing demand. And this is not just a short decrease in demand due to the recession, it's a decrease in demand that is expected over time. They have made bad forecasts on their projections, and one of the ways they want to make up their revenue and profit streams is making up for this reduced demand. It's a bailout for a regulated utility. The other area that I think it represents, within the last month, Moody's downgraded South Carolina Utilities. I'll draw a blank on their name. Downgraded the utility corporation in South Carolina because of the high level of risk associated with their new nuclear plants, especially the Lee plant in South Carolina. Somerville, thank you. Duke has stated that they recognize that their business model is risky for investors. They say that they need this additional amount in order to comply with shareholders to attract them to spend the money. Their business model is flawed. If you approve this rate increase, you are basically saying you approve of this business model. You are basically saying that you agree that Duke should continue to spend and invest in a carbon-based or a risky nuclear energy strategy rather than being a leader for North Carolina and moving us into clean and sustainable energy. So I would urge you to deny this rate increase, and I thank you for your time and attention and the courtesies that you've shown the Charlotte community. Thank you very much.
Jennifer Manino.
I do wish to submit my prepared comments and also a press release by the organizations represented tonight.
So you gave an abbreviated version of your prepared comments. Is that
I really didn't address anything in my prepared comments.
okay? We would request that this be identified as Gupton Exhibit 1. And the press release identified as Gupton Exhibit 2.
Thank you, sir.
So I'm just waiting for the testimony about to get this proceeded with all those in my bucket.
Please state the name and address.
It's Jennifer Marino. That's M-A-R-I-E-N-A-U. And I'm at 17 Orchard Road, Charlotte, North Carolina. And this is exciting for me because I'm a new Charlottean. I moved here just over a week ago. And one of the first things that I learned when I moved here to Charlotte was that immediately my rates for my utility were going to go up over 17%. A little background, I moved here recently from a small town in Texas. And in that small town in Texas, there are a few things that I think are really pertinent to what's going on here. From what I understand, part of this rate hike is coming from new investment in coal and natural gas, among many of the other things you heard tonight. Where I come from in Texas is a bit of a resource colony for natural gas right now. So I don't know if y'all are familiar with fracking, hydraulic fracturing, the process of removing natural gas from the ground by pumping toxic chemicals into the ground and pushing out the natural gas. That's sort of the abridged version of it. I lived across the street from a natural gas well, and in the year that I lived in that area of Texas, I had trouble breathing. I couldn't exercise outside anymore, and I actually developed an ulcer on the back of my throat from living across the street from this. I also heard stories in church every Sunday about kids who couldn't go out and play during recess because they were getting nosebleeds. They were getting asthma attacks on their recess playground because of this. And I think it's just wrong for Duke to be investing in that kind of energy that's creating health impacts like that. And it's too late for that area in Texas, but it's not too late for here. So I really encourage Duke not to invest in such risky forms of energy. And I don't know if you're taking a tally of people who are concerned about the impacts of coal that you're putting out on you. And also for people who are having trouble paying their energy bills.
incredible professional progress, but this is putting an incredible burden on the people of Charlotte, of whom I'm a new member, and it's wrong. So I can't stop paying for these things. I can't choose to turn down this rate hike, but y'all can. So for the people of Charlotte, please do that. It's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Paul Buckland, Kat Lynn,
She didn't leave.
Mary McCarthy, Roxina Benazou, Roxana. Okay.
You solemnly swear that the testimony about this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Please state your name and address.
Roxana Benazou, and first name is spelled R-O-X-A-N-A. Last name is B as in boy, E, N as in Nancy, D as in David, E-Z-U.
And what is your address?
1111 Heron Avenue, Charlotte 28205.
You are a new customer?
Yes.
Please proceed with your statement.
Thank you. And a lot of people have already mentioned a lot of the arguments that I was going to present, and I'm glad they all did. So I'm just going to, first of all, open with a humble request for you to reject the rate hike for due power. I echo the sentiments of the biologists, ecologists, small business owners, homeless people, activists. I think most of the people in this room have already spoken very clearly. I'm going to speak first as a realtor. I've been a realtor in the area for 8 years, and my job, selling houses, I have to, I get all these questions from clients asking me how much are my bills going to be, and so I have to keep an answer on that, and sometimes that breaks a deal, and so they decide not to move to a certain area because of the cost, of course. But also I want to talk about the faith-based community. I'm a member of the Social Justice Committee at St. Peter's Catholic Church, and I'm very glad that the U.S. Conference of Bishops, the Committee on Domestic Justice and Human Development, has sent letters about different issues, and one of them was to Lisa Jackson, the administrator for the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. One of the things they mentioned, among others, are that our general support for a national standard to reduce hazardous air pollution from power plants is guided by Catholic teaching, which calls us to care for God's creation and protect the common good and the life and dignity of human persons, especially the poor and vulnerable. And so this is a case that is directly going to affect the poor and vulnerable more than anybody else in our community. They continue that children are uniquely vulnerable to environmental hazards and exposure to toxic pollutants in the environment. Their bodies, behavior, and size even more exposed than adults to such health hazards. Furthermore, since children are exposed to environmental hazards at an early age, they have more extended time to develop slowly progressive environmental triggered illnesses. This is from the Conference of Bishops of the United States. They also say it is well known that power plants are the largest source of mercury and other toxic air pollution in the United States. In addition, the mercury and arsenic power plants emit lead, other heavy metals, dioxins, and acid gases. It is reported that even in small amounts, these harmful air pollutants in the environment are linked to health problems, particularly in children before and after birth, the poor and the elderly. These problems apparently include asthma, cancer, heart disease, learning disabilities, brain damage, and other illnesses that adversely affect childhood development. And one of the last things I want to mention, they also say here, toxic air pollution from power plants causes great harm to the environment, to the food chain, and to humans. Scientists tells us, these are the bishops, scientists tells us mercury emitted from power plants contaminates our lakes, streams, rivers, and fish. And they also say, according to research, 1 out of 6 babies born in the U.S. has harmful levels of mercury in his or her blood. Also, fish advisories have been issued across the United States warning against fish consumption from local waters as a result of mercury contamination. And of course, you know about our Catawba River, so contaminated, polluted, that's where we get our water from. And so I also want to mention pretty quick that we know that the technology that is used by Duke Power is obviously very dirty. And it's know that the air has no borders. This is not just a local issue, and you have to recognize this. By allowing Duke to increase the rate, you are contributing for the company to pollute other countries as well. And this affects me directly. I'm originally from Lima, Peru, and they are already in Peru polluting our environment as well. So, you know, as you probably have heard before, the Vatican City was the first carbon neutral city in the world. So hopefully we're contemplatives in action. We try to teach by example when we can. But I thank you for your time.
Mary McCarthy. Diane Tyler.
No, she's here.
I'm sorry.
You solemnly affirm that the testimony about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Please state your name and address.
Diane Tyler, 2409 Arden Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28206.
You are a customer of Duke.
Yes, I am.
Please proceed with your statement.
Everybody has really spoken out some of the things that I wanted to say, but I think there's some things that I would like for you to hear. One thing I'd like for you to hear that I want to fix income. My rent is almost what I get a month. Last year, my electric bill was like $600 in the winter months. I had to call and try to make payments, arrangements to pay on my bill. I an X amount of medicine every day that I have to take. This increase would cause me to be homeless. Not only that, I heard the testimonies about children with asthma. I have 2 grandchildren that are asthmatic. My oldest one is 11 years old. In the 3rd grade, she had to repeat her grade because she was out of school so much. She missed so much school, they kept her back. So I am concerned about the cold. I am concerned about the nuclear. And most of all, I'm concerned about my grandchildren's future. And not their future, but the other children's future also. So I ask that you consider this rate hike for people like me. I haven't got an increase on my check in 3 years. It stays the same. It stopped. I've noticed everything else is decreasing, but every big corporations want to increase, and we decreasing. So I am concerned about what's happening. We're supposed to be America. I think it's time that we as people standing up are taking back our dreams. And tonight is a dream for me, is to stand for some people. I went to Crisis today to get petitions against this rate hike, because I know I'm not the only one in this situation. So I thank you for listening to my concerns.
pages to it be identified as Tyler Exhibit 1.
It's Tyler Exhibit 1.
Todd Zimmer.
You solemnly affirm that the testimony about this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do. Name is Todd Zimmer, Z-I-M-M-E-R, and I live at 1704 Truman Road, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28205, and I'm a Duke ratepayer.
Please proceed.
Thanks. Commissioners, thanks for being here tonight. I know it's been a really long night, and thanks for paying attention to us. I hope it's helpful for y'all. I'm a native resident of Mecklenburg County, and I grew up in Charlotte. And some of the things I'll mention y'all have heard tonight, I think that's okay because these are real issues that are affecting people who live here, and that's why you hear them so frequently. I want to bring up just 2 points tonight, really, and that is that these costs that Duke is externalizing onto the ratepayers in the Carolinas are the results of decisions that Duke corporate made. And they're externalizing the cost of those decisions onto ratepayers in several different ways, two of which I want to talk about. The first is the externalization of pollution. Duke has decided repetitively, even over the concerns and resistance of members of our community and others in Carolinas, to invest in coal energy and nuclear energy. Now, as I was growing up here in Charlotte, my younger sister and my mother both developed asthma. I don't know if y'all have family members who do have asthma. I expect you do, because so many members of our community do. But it's a terrifying illness for them to have, and I've seen my sister not be able to complete a walk around the neighborhood on bad ozone days. And those health effects are real, and that lung damage is permanent. And every time we have an orange or red alert ozone day, as we do many times throughout the year, that's poses permanent lung damage risk to members of our community. That is a real cost. And that is a result of Duke's choice to invest in coal energy, even over our complaints. I know that part of the proposed reasons for this proposed rate hike is installing scrubbers on existing coal plants like Cliffside that many people fought against. That's a second externalization of the cost of their investment decisions. To ask members of our community to pay the money to make these investments that they've built less dangerous to us is a secondary additional cost. So not only do these people have asthma for the rest of their life, Charlotte's the 5th worst city to live in if you have asthma in the United States, but they have to pay then so that Duke can comply with federal standards that are meant to protect us. That's Duke's decision, and that was a foreseeable cost for them. So they need to take that out of their profits rather than out of the pockets of the people who are suffering here in Charlotte and around the Carolinas. We all know this rate increase amounts to a regressive tax on all Carolinians. It disproportionately affects those most at risk for homelessness and hunger, people who are already struggling, and will probably push many people into very desperate situations, particularly in the coming winter. And so this is an unjustifiable rate increase. Duke Energy, as we know, had $1.3 billion record profit last year. So they need to cut from the top rather than from the bottom when they need to make investments based on their decisions. And I also want to have one closing point about corporate social responsibility. Many people have pointed out that Duke gives donations to charitable organizations or community colleges around the Carolinas. Those are tax-deductible donations. It's helpful for them. It's good. Corporations should give back when they make record profits like Duke has. But it's a failed or incomplete model of corporate social responsibility. A company whose power plants are causing asthma in this community at ridiculous rates that touch us all very personally, and then asking for us, the poorest among us, to go and make a sacrifice because of the decisions they've made and the pollution they put us at risk for. That is not corporate responsibility, regardless of how they choose to give charitably. And certainly charitable giving is no excuse for a 17% rate increase, regardless of how honorable that may be. So thank you very much for listening to my testimony. And again, thank you.
Thank you. Lindsay Heber, Seaforth Drive, a Ray Wintosh, Pineview Circle, Alan Burns.
Yeah.
Mr. Quaker, on the floor, solemnly affirm the testimony about to give this proceeding will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I affirm that.
Please state your name and address.
My name's Alan Burns. My address is 6914 Rocky Falls Road in Charlotte.
And you're a new
I'm a
customer.
new customer.
Please proceed.
Through the end of 2010, my average cost was 9.62 cents per kilowatt hour. I kept all records. Just 4 years before that, the rate was 8.26 cents per kilowatt. That's an increase of 16.5% in 4 years at the end of last year. With the cost of coal energy increasing so rapidly, not even taking into account the proposed rate hike, it was time for me to consider solar power. So 2 weeks ago, the 20 solar panels that I installed began generating carbon-free energy to the grid. I don't know if this benefits North Carolina or is heading out of state. My suspicion is it's going to Colorado. By the end of 2014, Duke is only obliged to provide 0.07% of their energy from solar. 0.2% by 2021, yes. But that is still lamentable compared to the goals of Maryland and New Jersey, whose goals are 10 times that. It's not like those states have more sunshine than North Carolina. Germany's current solar PV supply is 50 times greater than North Carolina's goal for 3 years from now. So why Duke is still locked into all technology that is costing taxpayers here so dearly is probably because they're not a forward-looking, efficient company. We shouldn't allow them to perpetually increase our fees because they insist on coal as their main source of energy. But let's also consider the cost of coal not seen on our bills. A Harvard University study last February concluded that the health costs of coal to US citizens was anywhere between $175 billion a year and $523 billion a year. So they came to an average of $345 billion as a suggestion. So when Duke pleads coal is the cheapest form of energy, then ignoring the hospital bills that we have to pay. That $345 billion a year, which isn't in our bills, suggests that as much as $4,480 is the cost for an average family of 4, their health bill each year. So anything that permits Duke Energy to increase the cost of electricity should force them to act in a more responsible manner to the overall costs ratepayers pay and move aggressively to renewables in a serious fashion. Denying this unacceptable 17% hike would push them perhaps to moving into the 21st century from the 19th century technology. Thank you.
Monica Embry.
You solemnly affirm the testimony about to give this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Please state your name and address.
Monica Embry, E-M-B-R-E-Y. I live at 501 Mercury Street in Charlotte, and I'm a Duke player.
Please proceed.
Thank you. I'd like to say a very big thank you. I realize we've been here for 4 hours and you've been incredibly patient to listen to many different voices of people here in Charlotte who are being impacted and would be impacted by 17.4% residential rate increase. I'm the North Carolina field organizer with Greenpeace USA, and I'm speaking on behalf of Greenpeace, which is the world's largest environmental organization. And I'm proud to stand here today in collaboration and coalition with other environmental, economic, social justice, and faith organizations and leaders, as well as, it seems like almost 200 Charlotte residents who are concerned about a Duke Energy's proposed rate hike. We represent thousands of members in North Carolina. And I'd like to just start as our International Executive Director stated in an interview that was published last week, which is that Duke Energy is not our enemy. Our enemy is fossil fuels. Quite simply, this proposed rate hike to pay for dirty energy is unjust and unjustified. Duke operates many coal-fired power plants across the state, 5 surrounding Charlotte. And we've heard about the health impacts that they have from contaminating our air and water. In the past 5 months that I've lived here in Charlotte, I've had an incredible opportunity to speak with thousands of residents. I've heard stories of people who grew up here with asthma, who moved away to New York to work, and have since come back and had asthma again. I've heard stories of mothers who have attacks so bad they can't breathe and are afraid to be alone home with their children. I've heard stories of a woman whose husband used to work at a Duke Energy coal plant in South Carolina and died, which she says 30 years too young, from being exposed because he was pushing the tractor that pushed the coal dust around. I've heard stories of people here that show the impacts of their lives, that these asthma attacks, heart attacks, birth defects, and deaths are real and are felt in this community. And to be asked to pay for these, not only with the health impacts and emotional impacts it has on communities, not only the expensive costs that Mecklenburg County alone has paid over $300 million a year because of dirty air-related health problems, but to also ask ratepayers to pay with their hard-earned paychecks in this economy is unjust and unjustified. No matter what technology is installed, coal is not clean. It comes from blowing up the tops of mountains and is destroying communities in Appalachia. It's the largest emitter of greenhouse gases, and we are only beginning to understand the true impact of global climate change, already claiming 350,000 lives a year. The waste byproducts of coal go into unlined coal ash ponds. 2 high-hazard coal ash ponds that Duke operates are on our Catawba River, right upstream from where we get our water intake that impacts the water supply not only for this city, but this entire region. Instead of wasting ratepayers' money on investing in a dirty industry that is making North Carolinians sick and destroying our environment, Duke Energy should invest in clean, renewable energy solutions. In a column posted in the Charlotte Observer on September 28, 2011, CEO Jim Rogers claimed in the title, "Duke Energy is committed to renewables in the right way, but a rate hike for coal and nukes confirms that Rogers' talk is more rhetoric than reality. This rate hike further proves that coal is anything but cheap. Duke Energy is one of the only utilities in the country building new coal-fired power plants, and their justification for this rate hike explains that investors view this and coal as a risky business venture. Those costs will only continue to become more and more expensive. Does Duke simply expect its ratepayers to pay for the cost of coal with our health, our environment, and our hard-earned paychecks? I want to take the time to appreciate, commissioners, what you're doing tonight. This is an incredible opportunity for people to participate in our democracy and have the chance to let their stories and their voices be heard. As you say in your mission statement, which has been said several times tonight, your first bullet point on that website claims it's to provide fair regulation of public utilities in the interest of the public. Tonight, the public has spoken. We are asking you to listen. The last thing I would also love to add is I think it would behoove you to get a translator for these services, as actually many other people who did not speak English came up to me tonight and said they didn't quite feel comfortable having someone who wasn't an official translator translate for them, and therefore didn't present their statements, but will be sending in written comments to you. And maybe a bigger group too. Thank you.
Josie. Grant Eric, E-H-R-E-T.
All right, you solemnly affirm the testimony about giving this proceeding to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do. Please say your name and address.
My name is Grant Aaron. I live at 3723 Glen Lyon Drive, Matthews, North Carolina.
You are a customer of Duke Power.
Yes, indeed.
Please proceed with your statement.
Thank you. I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight, and I appreciate the comments that I've heard from everyone. And I think there's so many wonderful points to be made that I'd like to add a couple of pieces that might be a rather unique and outside the box perspective. You know, I'm actually someone who's worked inside of Duke Energy, and I appreciate the good people in there. And, you know, any organization is a reflection of its leadership. I had the privilege of listening to Rick Priory state, it's been a long time ago when he was CEO, that Duke Energy, well, Duke Power, is it Duke Power? Yeah. It's either Duke Power or Duke Energy back then. They said their #1 mission was to provide value to their shareholders. That's their #1 mission. Now, that #1 mission, the way I translate that is to chase these. How many of these can I collect? Now, this is kind of synonymous with power or belief in money. And that can be translated in belief in greed. You know, and that's the way business has been run, and it's made sense for a long time, but we're facing something a little bit different today. We're facing a need to change. And one of the hardest things that people can do is face change. And facing change at the corporate level, you know, to continue using the technology that's been antiquated for the past 40 years, you know, doesn't really make sense. Do we need to continue to invest in that type of technology? There have been technologies put on this planet many times over. There's many inventors who come up with machines that produce energy in way different ways than what most people even know about. Those ideas typically get suppressed in the name of national security. But the national security of what? Perhaps it's the national security of the income stream that these provide. And I think all of us have made decisions to keep these flowing into our pockets. I know I have. And when you look deep inside, I think you'll find it's probably our biggest nightmare to put dollars ahead of our planet, ahead of our well-being. We have the ability to change. We have the ability to make a difference. This council today has the ability to affirm that we want something different, that we want clean energy. In Switzerland, there's a machine that's been running for over 20 years that produces free energy out of zero-point field. It works through resonance amplification. It works based upon the magnetic field of the planet and amplifies that energy. There's all types of energy sources available. But do we look at them? Or are they squirreled away so we can keep the status quo? I propose that there's an opportunity to break out of fear, to go beyond the status quo. What would it be like if Duke Energy was the company that decided to dismantle its old infrastructure? If it decided to be the company that could put a box on the side of everybody's house that would generate energy for essentially nothing? What if they invested in solar technology? What if they took that bold leap that would really mean that their company would have to be recreated from the inside out? I challenge the people at Duke Energy to think that way, because that's the kind of thinking it's going to take to move forward in this world. We share this planet together. It's not Duke's planet. It's not your planet. It's everybody's planet. And I propose that we share it, and we enjoy it, we take care of it, and we share in the power together, because it is my planet too, and I want to enjoy it with you. Thank you.
Cobb.
So I'm just waiting for testimony about to give us some seal of the truth, whole truth, not the truth, something like that.
I do.
Please state your name and address.
Rosalind Cobb, 2522 Chesterfield Avenue. My mom is a patron for Duke Crown.
Is that Charlotte?
Yes.
Please proceed with your statement.
I speak to you tonight from the point of view of a student. I speak to you from the point of view of a student who is at Myers Park, the rich high school, the rich public high school, where 50% of the students can't afford to pay $2 for lunch. 50% of the students, not even of whom I know, can't afford $2 for lunch, let alone however much, I think people said $19, $20 for energy. My mom is a registered landscape architect, and she has worked very closely with developers and Crescent Resources was a partner of Duke Energy. I'm not aware of the statistics, if they still are, if they are separated, but she's worked, and a byproduct of coal emissions is fly ash. And in development, fly ash is used as a filler in developments, and that filler seeps into water supplies, and she's actually worked on developments where the filler fly ash has seeped into the water supplies of wells from residences across the street. People talk about how stuff flows through the air and how Duke needs to figure out a better way to deal with the emissions, and that's a huge thing that we're doing even in Charlotte, in the city. It's not just out in the rural areas, it's everywhere. And a big part of being in school today is they say that we're 21st century learners. And 21st century learners use technology. And technology requires energy. And my laptop probably dies, which is new, by the way, and it's got to last me 6 years, dies pretty much every day because of the amount of schoolwork that I have on that laptop. I'm taking 4 AP classes this year in hopes that maybe I'll be able to afford to get into college. In AP Biology, if you don't have access to a computer, if you don't have money to pay for a printer, or printer ink, or printer paper at the library, you can't have the notes. And if you don't have the notes, you can't pass the class. And people who can't afford to pay for simple stuff like education, and just to have your notes, to just be able to show up in class and be prepared for class, I mean, that's basically a natural right that America was founded on. Articles of Confederation and John Locke were founded on natural rights. And education is a huge part of that. I mean, that's what public school is all about. It's no child left behind, and everyone's supposed to have equal opportunity, but people can't even pay to have their notes on a daily basis. So people shouldn't have to pay a bunch of money to have, people shouldn't have to pay so much money to have better, for the CEOs who already have a 6-figure salary to just get more money. And I understand that Duke Power wants to improve the clean resources that they have. Or they do want to make a difference, but people in my school want to make a difference, and my friend wants new textbooks because the German textbooks are 14 years old. When they need money, they sell grapefruit. We have bake sales. We have car washes. We don't charge for silly stuff that people can't afford. And with taxes aren't flat taxes. So, I mean, if you've got to figure out a way to come up with money, not everyone, some people can pay $20 here and there. We could probably pay $20 here and there. But people who can't, I mean, taxes aren't flat taxes for a reason, and you can probably do the same thing with the taxes with Duke Energy. I mean, if you can do that with like income taxes, I'm sure you can do that with other things. And yeah.
Jason Dowd.
Solemnly promise to try to teach you with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Please state your name and address.
Jason Dow, DOW, 440 Mathis Drive, Union Grove, North Carolina.
And are you a customer of Duke Power?
No, I'm not.
Okay, please proceed with your statement.
This is probably the most amount of people I've ever talked to, besides karaoke. And, I mean, I haven't been to college, but I'm very into learning anything and everything I can. And technology is growing exponentially in our times, and everything is at this point. And I mean, the old form of producing energy is so outdated. And just because you have the money to go get more coal or more fossil fuel, and you can make more money by doing so, doesn't mean it's right. And I mean, what is it? The content of carbon dioxide in our atmospheres, it rounds up to 0.04%. And a lot of people don't know that. They think it's high and just a little bit won't matter, but it does make a huge difference. And I mean, I've seen a YouTube video of 2 Russian college students took a regular shop generator and they basically ran it off of a square 1 foot, probably 5 inches thick, dry cell hydrogen generator. And the dry hydrogen cell generator was plugged into the generator, and it basically ran off this hydrogen that it created from the energy. It was self-producing pretty much, and they had it run 400-watt light, and you could see them. They were probably they must have been in a high college institution, on the floor up top, because they got into this super small elevator, probably 3 foot by 6 foot, and it was 2 people, and they had the light running the whole time, and they were in the elevator for at least a minute and a half. If it was run on anything else, they wouldn't have been able to leave there without having a detrimental effect to their health. And I mean, I didn't even know this was happening until my friends and who I consider my family now over at Occupy Charlotte told me about it, and I was totally for it. And the percentages that they were showing, some of the people here showed me earlier, that in 20 years, the expected renewable resource energy was going to be 3%, and that's just that's unacceptable in my view, and I believe everybody else's view here. And just wanted to say that. Thank you all.
Raymond Wojtowski, I think we already called that name. Walter White. Judith Carr. Megan Andrews.
Solemnly swear that the testimony about to give will proceed with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please state your name and address.
My name is Megan Andrews, 2542 Deacon Avenue, apartment 29, Charlotte, North Carolina.
And you are a customer of Duke Power?
I am.
Please proceed.
I just want to say good evening, Commissioners, and thank you so much for your time. I'm sure you weren't expecting to be here until almost 11:30, but it's a good thing. It's a positive thing because the residents of North Carolina have taken their time to lend their voices and speak out. So, I just want to mention, I'm not here to attack Duke. I am a shareholder of Duke. I just want to lend my voice because I'm 26 years old and
feel fortunate to have stock in an energy company. Most people don't have, you know, the option of this, and I have always been excited and happy to share this with friends and family because, you know, I've always thought this would be my down payment on a house or a car or to start a business. That's always my grandparents told me, you know, this would be a great thing. But now I feel ashamed and embarrassed to own this stock. I'm embarrassed because, according to the press release for this proposed 17.4% rate hike, Duke will continue to support poisonous, destructive, and risky energy sources, such as nuclear and coal. I'm ashamed because our nation is currently in one of the worst economic and financial crises in years. Asking for such an astronomical increase in these tough times will not only negatively affect businesses, but it may cause a family to choose between paying bills or buying groceries, or a senior citizen on a fixed income between their medicine or their power bill. I'm going to ask you, Commissioners, to put yourself in their shoes, to think about your warm house at night or groceries you can afford. Think about how you can choose between those things and how hard it would be. If these increasing bills have such an effect, such a detrimental effect on our population, imagine what the effect will be in 2012 or 2013 when, as indicated at the Duke Progress merger hearing, they will attempt to raise our rates again. And I know a lot of people this evening have mentioned your mission statement. I just want to point out one that stood out to me, one bullet point in particular. The 7th bullet point states that you will encourage and promote harmony between utility companies and their customers. And that one really hit home for me. Increasing our rates by 17.4% will do little to keep harmony between Duke customers and Duke Energy. Don't we want our North Carolina residents and businesses to respect the energy company in which they get their power from? I mean, I sure do. I would be proud of where I get my power from. I love this state. I was in New York for 3 years and just moved back because I love North Carolina so much. And we want them to respect the company that keeps our lights on and cools them in the hot summer months and warms them in the dead of winter. So I ask you to consider this rate hike and think of what it's really going to fund. I know we have the power to pull together to move towards a cleaner, greener, and more sustainable future. And I believe that you can make the right decision and provide just and reasonable rates to consumers, as you state in your mission statement on the website. And as a prolific writer, Wendell Berry once said, rats and roaches live by competition under the laws of supply and demand. It is the privilege of human beings to live under the laws of justice and mercy. I should leave you with that tonight. Thank you for your time.
John Moore.
Yes.
I'd like to affirm.
You solemnly affirm the testimony about to give this proceeding with the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do. My name is John Moore. I live at 1571 Queens Road West, Charlotte, North Carolina. I am a customer of Duke residentially and also as a business person.
Please proceed with your statement.
Thank you. This evening, I would like to make a couple observations. First of all, to this board, this is the only hearing I think I have ever attended that you have given people fully an opportunity to express themselves. I have not noticed any limitations, and I think this speaks well for this board. It sets a tone that you're interested in hearing from people, and also the people who have spoke here tonight. I think you represent the best that America has. You have come and participated in this hearing, and I think you have given us a lot of good information. I had not signed up to speak, but after hearing what has taken place here tonight, I had no other choice but to speak. Now, let's be realistic. We are talking about big money. Big money. And the Howard Guns are here tonight, representing Duke Power. And also, we have had some window dressing from our community colleges about the good things that Duke does. Now, I am interested in disclosure, I am interested in transparency, and I am interested in equity and fairness. And I believe that the community colleges are somewhat being used by Duke Energy. Duke Energy has a foundation. They do a lot of grants and public relations work. And I suspect that these colleges are training a lot of their employees to assist them in security, and at the end of the day, they're probably getting more back from these colleges than they're giving them. In my judgment, so often large corporations pass out crumbs and they do the PR work. Now, I do believe that public corporations exist, and the history of a public corporation is to do what's in the public's best interest. Corporations got their beginning to do large projects in the public interest that which small individuals do not do. We all know, let's be honest, that the corporations have failed us. They have crossed the line. Wachovia does not exist. Bank of America is on life support. Bank of America received $45 billion from you, the taxpayers. They also received $300 billion guaranteed by the federal government that all of their bonds, their commercial paper would be guaranteed. SunTrust Bank in Atlanta, life support. Now, you might ask, who are you? Why am I here tonight? I am here to tell you that we are entering, in my judgment, a new normal. Everything, in my judgment, has changed. It has changed in Egypt, it has changed in Yemen, and it's changing in the United States, and it has changed. Now, someone spoke here a while ago about change, and that individual has it right. I think most everyone here tonight has had it right. Now, let's talk about fairness. And I want to talk about corporate governance. What's happening at Duke Power and that board of directors? First of all, the compensation of the CEO is such that you really can't quantify his compensation, because most of his compensation is taken in stock and stock options. So he has a real interest in making sure that they really grow that company. Now, what's the other side of that? The other side of owning a lot of stock is that it's taxed at a rate of 15%. And his predecessor took a lot of stock. He didn't want a compensation on a cash compensation. Now, let's be realistic again. What does a frontline worker at Duke Power make? Well, that person may make $30,000 average. Now, what is a fair compensation for the CEO? Like Japan, it's about 40 times. In Europe, about 100. In America, 500 and up. So 500 or 1,000, well, 30,000 into 6 million, and you really can't quantify that because the stocks options can go out for 10 years. Now, let's dig deeper. Mr. Rogers lives on Eastover Road, $6 million home. Let's dig a little deeper. Home in Linville, North Carolina, maybe another $1 million plus. Now, I'm not here to criticize just Jim Rogers, but I am here to say that in corporate America, the compensation has crossed the line. Now, if somebody's willing to write me a big check, am I going to turn it down? Probably not. But there is such a thing as proportionality. Now, this is the new normal. It's all changed. And we can sit back and say, well, these people on Wall Street that are demonstrating, they should be out getting a job. Well, there aren't any jobs. There's 24 million people looking for work. And we've heard here tonight how much pain is in this community. And I don't think that's overstressed. Now, a lot of my income has been from owning stock, owning real estate. And I understand the process. And I also know that 3 generations of wealth was wiped out here in Charlotte through Wachovia and Bank of America. If someone had told you at one point that Wachovia stock would bring 35 cents a share, that's what it hit one day. At current price, 20% of Wells Fargo is worth $4.80. Bank of America stock was at 65, now it closed last week under 5, and it's now 6 with no dividend. None. This is not a laughing matter. I do think that if we're going to move forward in this community and all across America, we have got to recognize that we're in this together. And these young people have it right. They have it right. I'm convinced they do. I hear it from my 47-year-old son. I hear it from my 50-year-old daughter. And I hear it from my 19-year-old granddaughter in college. Let's talk about return of capital. We've heard a lot about that tonight. At one point, they wanted 11.9%. Now they're willing to reduce it down to 10.5%. In this scenario, where people don't even have a job, or somebody's trying to invest, if you put your money on deposit at a bank, they might give you 1%. But they want 10% return of capital. 4% in this environment wouldn't be bad. I imagine there are a lot of people that love to have 4% return on their CD rather than 1%. Money invested at the rate of 10% doubles every 7.2 years. And we are asking our society to double the investors' investment. And let me tell you another thing about fairness, and another reason that people are out in the streets. And I think they're right. I mean, this is democracy. We're going, when there is wrongs taking place in our society, what is the redress? The redress is that some of the people who will be involved if Duke Power borrows a lot of money. Suppose this merger goes forward and they're going to build all these nuclear plants. The hedge fund guys that raise the money, they're going to get a lot of fees. The bankers get a lot of fees. And do you know what the hedge fund people pay in taxes? They have a law passed that they don't pay regular income, they pay capital gains income. And this is what is happening in America today, and this is the reason that if we don't do the right thing, there will be, in my judgment, civil unrest. I believe that as much as I stand here tonight. And the other thing, Bank of America's CEO, Ken Lewis, in 2007 took out $97 million. That bank today is on life support, as I indicated. Ken Thompson, Wachovia, took out millions and millions and millions.
Let's try to wrap it up, Mr. Moore, if you can, please.
Yeah. Well, I will wrap it up, and I want to tell you that I really appreciate the tone that you have said here tonight, giving us an opportunity to express ourselves and speak freely. And I know you have a huge responsibility, and somewhere or another you've got to balance return on investment, you've got to balance the community's interests, you've got to take into consideration the environment, and move forward. But I would say this, though. The first consideration is to the community's interest, and that is the ratepayers. And the second is to the customers. And the third are the communities where resources are extracted. In Duke Power, they're extracting them. In Inez, Kentucky, where they have blown away 30% of the land top, the #1 selling item in the grocery store is bottled water. And it has the highest cancer rate in the United States. They no longer can drink the water because of the sludge and the environmental degradation of that community. I do thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
That is the end of the sign-up list. As I was going through the list, sometimes people did not answer. They may have been out of the room. Is there anyone who signed up and I haven't called your name, or at least when you were in the room?
All right, that appears to be the last witness. We appreciate your coming tonight. We appreciate your patience. We appreciate those who stuck around to the end. This is the first of a number of hearings that we're going to have, and we probably will talk more about in this case sometime in February. Thank you very much.
Thank you.